Where are we at? Oh, no.
Oh, well, I turned into a gremlin.
Where's my tiny little hammer? Oh, my gosh.
Lost your.
It's fine. We survived over a year without it on Zoom. It'll probably be fine.
There. Things are good.
Let me make sure I'm ready here.
I only got to use the hammer like twice in the full year.
In a full year, yeah.
Hammer, Embry.
I mean, yes.
Thank you, Sherry.
Missed my chance to get things.
He's looking at it longingly.
Okay, are we all ready?
Ready.
And Kurt, we're ready?
Stay ready.
Okay. First, everyone. To the Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 City Commission meeting. First, we're going to recess into an executive session. When we return, we will have our announcements for the public, how to behave for public comment and other things. So if anyone has a motion for our executive session.
I move that we recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes to discuss a personnel matter involving a city employee pursuant to the non-elected personnel matter exception, KSA 754319 subsection B1. The justification of the executive session is to protect employee privacy. At the end of the executive session, the city commission meeting will resume its regular meeting in the city commission room.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That is 5-0.
Okay.
we're ready now. Welcome back to the Tuesday, April 19th, 2022 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We have nothing to report. Thank you. We have nothing to report. To begin, we will go ahead and allow staff to give us some of our rules so that the public is aware of how these meetings operate. And so we'll start with Porter.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. I just have a few housekeeping items for this Zoom meeting tonight. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. Please remember to mute yourself during the meeting unless you are speaking. The chat function for the meeting is disabled. All chats will go directly to me. Unless you are participating during the meeting, please turn your video off. This allows the active meeting participants to be seen on screen. You will still be able to hear the meeting. When you are participating in the meeting, please turn your video on. If you have any trouble, you can send me a chat. The city reserves the right to mute people or turn individual videos off to minimize distractions during the meeting. And now I'll turn it over to Sherry Reedeman, our city clerk.
Thank you, Porter. And just a few notes on public comment. When the mayor calls for in-person public comment, individuals attending in person should approach the podium to indicate they wish to speak. The podium can be raised and lowered, and we encourage you to use this feature to ensure your comments are heard. Please remember to state your name before speaking. Individuals participating via Zoom should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. When you are called on, please unmute and state your name before speaking. All comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you both. The next item on our agenda is to approve the order of the agenda. Do I have any motions?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
That passes 5-0. Now we have recognitions and proclamations. First, we would like to proclaim the week of April 25th to 29th, 2022 as Tree City USA Week, and Friday, April 29th, 2022 as Arbor Day. And we do have someone here to speak with us.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Shipley and Commissioners. My name is Tyler Fike. I'm the Horticulture and Forestry Manager for Parks and Recreation. In the last year, we lost two kind of really foundational folks within our department that helped with our urban forest, representing almost 80 years of experience in Crystal Miles and John McDonald. So that's a lot of experience to replace. And I'm happy to report that I'm really confident in the team that we're utilizing to do that. So between myself and Levi Park and the forestry supervisor, we have over 25 years of urban forestry experience and coming up on 10 years of experience with the city of Lawrence. So I think we'll make a great team. And then also we added Mike Lang as the horticulture supervisor, was previously the landscape manager at KU for 17 years and has 30 years of experience in the industry. So a great team to do this. We're celebrating our 44th consecutive receipt of the Tree City USA designation, which is a great recognition of the community's input and interest in creating a great urban canopy. At that, in March, we attended the recognition event for that. And the Kansas Forest Service has recently published some interesting GIS data looking at canopy coverage within municipalities. And they have also correlated some of that data with census data, both income and racial data. So I think that's going to be interesting to look at going forward. And they will be running that scan, I think, approximately every 4 years for these Tree City USA communities. So we can look at how our urban canopy cover is changing throughout that time. With our report last year for 2021, the City Forestry Division removed 600 either dead or damaged hazardous trees. Along with that, we planted 583. So we're a little bit shy of replacing all of those. We've got a really strong benchmark to pass that this year. And then we also pruned 1,806 trees. Those three metrics combined together to inform one of our key performance indicators in the strategic plan. So that's something that we're really tracking closely and working with community partners to make sure that we reach. Couple programs in 2022 we're looking at. You probably realized or noticed our sapling giveaway during the St. Patrick's Day parade was a big success. And we got a lot of feedback that 500 was not nearly enough. So we'll probably boost that up next year a little bit. I'm working on learning the Master Street Tree program for planting new trees in new developments in town. I've had a little communication with Commissioner Sellers on the Naismith Valley Park, rehabilitating that forested area after the sewer line project going through there. And then right now, if you look at our wooded areas and some of the undeveloped parks, you're seeing a couple kind of invasive issues that we're dealing with. So most of the green in the understory you're seeing is from honeysuckle. It's kind of the first thing that leaves out in the springtime. That's an invasive plant that's kind of choking out our native forests. And then also the ornamental pear trees that are the white bloom that you're seeing. There's a couple here right at the riverfront parking garage we're going to be removing. Those ornamental landscape trees have kind of regressed and gone native and are being quite invasive in our areas. So there's been a lot of talk in the community recently, regionally, about those trees. So we're kind of looking at some plans to deal with that. So with that, I thank you for this proclamation and
thank you for being here. All right. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 150th anniversary of this holiday called Arbor Day and was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind, water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas Lawrence, Kansas has been recognized in its 44th year as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and the Kansas Forest Service and desires to continue its tree planting ways. Now, therefore, I, Courtney Shipley, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 25th to 29th, 2022 as Tree City USA Week and Friday, April 29th, 2022 as Arbor Day, and urge all citizens to support efforts to care for our trees and woodlands, to support our city's community forestry program, and to plant trees to gladden the hearts and promote the well-being of present and future generations.
thank you.
Thank you again. Now we would like to recognize the 2022 Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence Youth of the Year.
Good evening. My name is Monica Dittmer, and I am proud to be here as your CEO of the Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence. On behalf of our board and staff, I just want to thank you all for your continued support of our Boys and Girls Club programming and for inviting us here to share our Youth of the Year with you. Just a little background about Youth of the Year so you know what we're talking about. Since 1947, Youth of the Year has been Boys and Girls Club of America's premier recognition program, celebrating the extraordinary achievements of club members. Each year, one exceptional young person from a Boys and Girls Club is selected to be the National Youth of the Year. The National Youth of the Year serves as both an exemplary ambassador for over 4 million Boys and Girls Club youth and as a strong voice for all of our nation's young people. Youth of the Year participants embody the values of leadership, service, academic excellence, and healthy lifestyles. The young lady I'm about to introduce to you all is not only our local Lawrence Youth of the Year, but was recently named the Kansas State Youth of the Year as well. In June, she will compete in the regional competition in Texas. Arabella Gipp is a freshman at Lawrence High School. You heard it right. She's a freshman at Lawrence High School. The daughter of Jessica Gipp, Arabella has been a club kid since she was 5 years old. She jumps into as many BGC activities as possible, dancing in multiple lights on talent shows, playing on our volleyball and basketball teams, and was the manager for the Ball for All Lakers team at our Center for Great Futures. Bella just wrapped up her first high school and club volleyball seasons, and you can find her at our Center for Great Futures most every day after school. Bella maybe wants to major in political science and is undecided on colleges, but she potentially wants to be a politician and for sure a volleyball coach. So let me get out of the way and let's hear from Arabella Gipp.
A wise man once said, the only constant in life is change. It takes some people decades to learn and accept this. But for me, I realized this at a very young age. I'm an only child of single mother. My father chose a life of dealing drugs instead of fatherhood. And childhood moves very quickly when you're only a child of a single parent. I didn't hang out with people my age growing up. So I learned how to talk, act, and think like an adult. If I didn't, I wasn't seen as an equal. Just a little kid who didn't know anything. My mom, Nana, and I took on life together, but on December 22nd, 2017, everything changed. That day, our trio became a duo. I lost my Nana. My world came crashing down. I felt so many emotions I never knew existed, and I cried until I didn't have any more tears left. For someone who only had one parent, my Nana really made our family whole. Losing my Nana is a change that I will never get used to. But I was recently hit with another change. Anxiety. I was diagnosed this past summer while I was getting ready for high school and volleyball, but no one really knew I was struggling. The only thing everyone saw were my grades, and that was an indicating thing because I had straight A's. To be honest, I had a pretty hard time adjusting to high school. Not because of the class load or how difficult my classes were, but because high school is unpredictable. I didn't like not being in control. But the Boys and Girls Club was different. Although BGC did change from elementary school to teen center, it changed in the best way possible. In elementary school, you get to the point where you feel too old to be at BGC. By the fourth grade, it wasn't cool liking going to the Boys and Girls Club. But when I came to the teen center, that completely changed. I found a place where I could be truly myself, so I didn't care if people thought it wasn't cool. Summer BGC at the teen center is the best experience. Since we're there together for 10.5 hours a day, we really get to know each other. I met Mr. Chris and Miss Ruth and some of my best friends at Summer BGC. When you have that much time together, you really become a family. Everyone is in everyone's business. I can talk to the staff about anything, from school to mental health, and even date ideas. That is not something everyone has access to, and I'm very grateful for every single one of them. I've been going to BGC since kindergarten. I've been writing the speech for almost that long. The people I've met at the club are some of my biggest role models. My mom is amazing, but she knew I needed more. That's why she brought me here when I was this big. She knew I needed Miss Ruth and Mr. Chris and Mr. Henry and everyone else who's helped me through the good times and the bad. They've reminded me to take a step back and be in the present. They're right. I won't be a kid for long. Now, it's time to strive to be the best Arabella I can be. Thank you.
Great job, Arabella. Thank you for coming. And I believe in you. I think you can do this Texas thing. Thank you so much for coming. All right, let's move on to our consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Members of the public wishing to speak to an item that has been pulled off the consent agenda will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any items that commissioners would like to remove from the consent agenda at this time? Not seeing any. Is there anyone who would like to remove something from the consent agenda in the audience? The physical audience? Not seeing anything. Sherry, is there anyone online? Sherry and Porter, is there anyone online raising their hand to remove something from the consent agenda?
Nick Kuzmiak.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to remove item D8 if that's possible.
All right, thank you.
Can I just get clarification? Did you say D8?
Yes, is that right? D.8.A.
A.
D8A, it's like a sub of a sub item.
Thank you. And Mayor, I just want to make sure, because I thought there was an individual prior to the meeting who said they had an item they wanted to pull from the consent agenda. It was a set of minutes. Okay.
Okay. All right. Anyone else online just to make sure? Okay.
Mayor Shipley.
Oh.
I had also requested D8A, so I guess we've got it covered.
Okay. We'll give you a chance to comment then when we get there. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Any motions?
I move for approval of the consent agenda with the exception of D8A.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. Let's go ahead. This was pulled first by Nick Kuzmiak. Let's allow him to discuss what his concerns are.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Nick Kuzmiak. My address is 1228 Delaware Street, and I'm actually here representing the Multimodal Transportation Commission. I'm the current chair for the year of 2022, and we agreed to basically submit public comment in writing, and I decided to show up in person just to kind of hammer it home. So I come to you this evening on behalf of Lawrence MMTC to request the consideration of appointing a representative from MMTC to the steering committee that will serve to guide the revisions and updates to the Land Development Code. There's not really too much more I need to say that's not already in the written comments. So I would suggest that you look over that simply because it references a couple of specifics that were in the RFP that kind of point to the link between transportation and land use that I feel kind of helped to serve our case. And that's basically it. I'm glad to see this steering committee being appointed soon. It looks like a pretty good roster so far. It was just that one omission that we thought we could maybe speak to. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's be sure commissioners don't have any questions. I mean, as long as somebody pulled it, go ahead.
I just want to clarify. My understanding is that the actual choosing of individuals, community members for the steering committee, it's not set in stone as to what was described in the staff memo. Is that correct? That's something that can be changed.
Hi, Brandon Thorgate, Planning and Development Analyst. Yeah, that is completely true. We can adjust that composition of the steering committee as directed by the commission, and then bring back that resolution for you to adopt and then subsequently appoint the members.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
The makeup or the appointments? Make sure I understand.
Actually, both.
Okay.
Like they listed out like one person,
Yeah,
one this, one this, one this.
Yeah.
It's not, that's the part I don't want set in stone.
Okay, then since you're there, can you tell us specifically when we'll discuss those? Because I have a similar question to Vice Mayor Larson.
I guess I would look maybe to Sherry or Porter about the appropriate time to discuss those. I don't know if we could receive that direction from you now and then bring back a resolution to the next available meeting, or what the procedure is for that.
I guess I understood the resolution. We were adopting the resolution tonight.
Yeah, that's where I'm
included that.
Right. That included this list of,
Yeah, the resolution, that second action item, resolution 7421 includes that list. Now, that doesn't mean you can't change it later, but I thought
because I would be interested in discussing the changes.
Okay.
If that's what we have to do to.
Who do we want to move that towards? Craig, maybe I'm going to call you. Who's going to help us iron that out? Not in this exact moment. Staff member.
So you just want to know, you just want to bring it back here so that you can have a discussion and modify it and then adopt it. We can do that next meeting.
Does that sound good to you? Yeah, I had, thank you.
Me, yeah.
Similar interest in the makeup. Is that efficient for staff?
Sure.
Okay, everyone feel good there? Let's go ahead and do public comment on this item before we make a decision. Is there anyone who has public comment in the room? Not seeing anyone. Chris Tilden, I know you pulled this also. I didn't know if you had any specific concerns.
Just a couple of quick comments, if that's okay. I am Chris Tilden. I live at 1121 Williamsburg Court. I'm current chair of the Lowell Douglas County Coalition. My original request to pull this item really related to Nick's comment, and that is the really strong connection between transportation and land use planning. So I certainly support the proposal of the MMTC to have a dedicated position from that commission included on the steering committee. I would also note that there was one interest, expressed interest, and that was from LiveWell's Healthy Built Environment Work Group, which is also a group that for almost 10 years has really been working on promoting active transportation. There's been a lot of discussions about about land use and how it impacts that. So I guess in addition to the MMTC role, I know there is a at-large representative that's appointed by the mayor, and given LiveWell's interest in participating, I would recommend and request that at-large position potentially be filled by a representative from LiveWell's Healthy Built Environment Work Group. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comment from online about this item?
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I'm late to this meeting, but I am against LiveWell just because of their anti-smoke and stuff. So whatever it is, I am against placing someone from LiveWell on it. Thank you.
Anyone else online with comments? Let's bring it back to the commission. I do want to make sure we don't need to give staff a little bit of direction here. I don't want to surprise them at some future date where they're, again, but also not wanting to take up too much time here. Were there particular things you like to see added, Vice Mayor? Or?
Yeah, I just would like to have a discussion about the makeup of the steering committee. Based on the list that's in the memo.
Yeah. And I would share my concern. Maybe you shared this one. Previously, commissions have been loath to put city commissioners on advisory boards. That one concerned me. Did you see that as well?
No, this is a steering committee, which is similar like Plan 2040.
Yeah.
Which had the chair was the commissioners, Thelman, I think it was, and Amix at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's been my experience, is that the steering committees are different.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just want to make sure there's that that's something we have not done in the past. Mm-hmm. So is anything.
I was going to say, I also note that I think right before the meeting, Bobby Floyd sent us an email. It didn't make it into the packet that she had some comments too. She wasn't here tonight, but that'd be something else to. Sure if we put this on a future agenda, we'll hear from her.
Yeah, because I didn't see that.
Another interest group. Yeah, I did not either. All right.
Right now, we're just approving the resolution, right?
Yeah, so we're going to leave out that portion. Whoever makes the motion.
There's two action items. One, we can just defer the second action item.
Okay.
Well, I'll go ahead and move. We authorize the city manager to execute the professional services agreement with Clarion Associates in the amount of $383,650 for consulting work for the Land Development Code. Update.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed?
I move that we defer resolution 7421 to the regular agenda on the next meeting.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Passes 5-0. If I didn't say that loud enough, Sherry, I apologize. This moves us on to public comment. The public is allowed to speak on items or issues that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. As a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Individuals should address the comments and questions to the commission. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make public comment?
My name is Dr. Justin Spees. I have a PhD in human development and a master's in marriage and family therapy, both from K-State. I have a bachelor's in addiction counseling from Washburn. I taught as an assistant professor at Washburn in the Family and Human Services Department for 6 years. I was a licensed marriage and family therapist and licensed master addiction counselor here in Kansas through the BSRB and have worked as both in the past. I was a board member of the BSRB Addiction Counseling Subcommittee and served as the secretary for the STA Care Center Board here in Lawrence, where prior to that, I worked as a child therapist for children who had been sexually abused. I served in the United States Navy submarine service from 2000 to 2009 on the fast attack submarine USS Springfield out of Groton, Connecticut. When I got out of the Navy in 2009, I was an E6, which is a first class petty officer. I'm now running for the Douglas County District 1 County Commissioner seat currently held by Patrick Kelly. I'm speaking here tonight to get my message out because no one will give me any airtime, let alone any positive airtime. Lots of people went along with the mask mandate madness, for example, on planes. And as we recently saw, all it took was one judge, one man to change that, to strike down the mandate. One person. That's all we had to do this entire time, was to find our courage and stand up. That's all we have to do going forward. The reason we didn't stand up is because there are dire consequences to doing so. And I get that. I protested these criminal child mask mandates every day for 7 months straight, and it cost me a lot. It cost me my life. Everything I worked for my entire adult life was lost because I stood up for what was right, both here in Lawrence with mandates and elsewhere in my life. During my protest, I've heard countless people talk about the damage these mandates have unnecessarily done to these relationships with family and friends, how divisive these mandates were. And I'm right there with them. These are real people with real lives, and it's not a joke. The policies put in place by these morons and the county commissioners and the school district created a situation in our society where there were two citizens, first class and second class. If you did what you were told like a good boy or girl, you got to be a first class citizen. Lucky you. If on the other hand, you couldn't or didn't want to do what you were told, you were relegated to second class citizens. I understand it takes courage to risk losing everything by standing up for what's right. That fear prevents us from taking action, but courage is the only thing that's going to get us out of this mess that our compliance created. Don't believe everything you read online about me. Come talk to me and learn the truth. You'd be surprised. I'm like the old neighborhood guy on Home Alone who everyone's afraid of, but then you get to know him. He's not a bad guy, right? These people hate me. The papers hate me. So they're only going to publish the worst about me. And I want you to think why. Why they hate me so much? Why do they want me out so bad? I'm just a minor threat, man. I'm just a minor threat. After all, my message all along was that masks on kids is child abuse. It's not like I was out there raising awareness for neo-Nazis, although they called me that many times and other things for sure. But what I am is someone who was a child therapist for children who had been sexually abused. I'm someone who has a PhD in human development, which includes child development. The reason why I went into human development after my master's in marriage and family therapy is that while I was teaching numerous developmental courses up at K-State as a grad student, I was finding that the developmental knowledge I was acquiring was applying more and more in my therapy practice.
That's your time.
Now I always apply developmental knowledge to the world around me, and the masks on kids was obviously wrong. My campaign slogan is fuck these liberal motherfuckers.
Is there any further public comment?
Well, that was a good one to follow. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. We're still looking for that street light on 3rd and Pleasant and 8th and Walnut. And, talk about policies. What I keep hearing is that was, we can't have that street light because of a policy that was adopted in the mid-90s. That street light should be at the end of the block. Well, I want to know about policies on new construction because we assumed that new construction required they put a sidewalk in front of the proposed construction. And at 7th and Lincoln, there where there's going to be 3 warehouses that are going to be rented to construction companies or whatever, there was supposed to be a sidewalk in front of that over 100 feet long. And it went to the variance appeals, and I spoke at that, commented at that, and then it came to the commission, and you all passed it without the sidewalk. Now, policies. What is the sidewalk policy on new construction, and why was that sidewalk deleted from the project? And we didn't know about that until a week ago yesterday at our neighborhood meeting when I was talking about getting the sidewalks in North Lawrence. And the city project engineer come up to me and said, "Oh, Ted, you guys didn't get that sidewalk." And I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" He said, "No, city passed it without requiring a sidewalk, and a sidewalk on that side of the street, over 100 feet long, 150 feet long, and it would have connected with the sidewalk at 7th and Lincoln Street on the south side of the street, all the way to North 2nd, all the way to the underpass. Now, Parks and Rec is talking about putting a sidewalk on the north side, on the park side. Well, there's no sidewalk on the north side of Lincoln Street, all the way to 2nd Street. So what happened to that policy, and why did you pass that without the sidewalk requirement? And yet y'all keep referring back to a policy in the mid-90s about streetlights. So what's the deal, folks?
Thanks, Ted. Is there any other in-person public comment? Let's look then online. Sherry, do you see anyone?
Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and I would just like to follow up on the sidewalks. I know you all are planning on doing some kind of survey, I guess, about sidewalks, and I'm totally okay with that, and I support doing that. I was just asking, I just wish, I want you all to, when you're doing this, to separate sidewalks from bicycles and vehicles. Like I get this feeling that y'all might try to lump bicycles and pedestrians together as an alternative to vehicles, but I think it's all three should be separate. Like if we're talking about the city taking over sidewalks and potentially funding it from other I forget what the term was, other like infrastructure projects though, then I think we should be able to put like stuff like the bicycle boulevards on the cutting block if we are going to be taking over the cost of sidewalks. So I just am asking, when you do that listening stuff about sidewalks, and also be sure to do something about if property owners should take care of them, or if the public should, because I also get the feeling I'm seeing like a campaign basically. I think the people who don't want to pay for sidewalks are going to be arguing the importance of them so that the government will take over paying for them. But I mean, I'm okay with the message. I just think some of it's going to be kind of fake, because I think they're just going to be arguing for stuff to get out of paying for sidewalks. And I'm just wondering, well, when the time comes to put in sidewalks, now that the city, controls it, if they're still going to be for or against the sidewalks being put in their yards. Because I think some people are going to be lying about their feelings about how important sidewalks is to get out of paying for them. And when the time comes to have the sidewalks put in their yard, then I think they might become a little bit NIMBY and not want them in their yard. Maybe pedestrian issues aren't important at that time. But I was just throwing that out there. And also, I want to throw out that I do hope that our local media is fair to all candidates running. Even I don't support everyone, some of their views, but I do think we should all try to be fair and for all the candidates. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else online who would like to make general public comment?
I don't see any other comments, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Sherry. Let's move on then to our regular agenda items. Number one is to receive an update on the return of zhúje waxóbe to the Kaw Nation. I see Tony Wheeler is coming forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Tony Wheeler, the City Attorney. And yes, I am part of a team that has been working to return zhúje waxóbe to the Kaw Nation. And the purpose of tonight's presentation is to give you an update of what we've been working on and what is on the horizon. So with that, I would like to introduce Dr. Jay Johnson from Kansas University. I'd ask him to step forward and he'll kick off the update this evening.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jay Johnson, professor at KU and a long-term Lawrence resident. I have the honor to be representing the zhúje waxóbe Sacred Red Rock Project. Wanted to clarify for you today, we wanted to give you an update, but I wanted to start with a quick clarification because there's been some reporting that the grant by the Mellon Foundation, the very generous grant of $5 million, was made to Kaw Nation, and that is incorrect. It is made to the University of Kansas. And I'm serving as the facilitator of our leadership team. Our leadership team, in addition to myself from the University of Kansas, we have Casey Messick-Braun and Sydney Purcell from the Spencer Museum. We have Tony Wheeler representing the interests of the city. We have Dave Lowenstein, who's here with me tonight. Pauline Sharp, Dave and Pauline were part of the original group that led to the request for the return of the rock. And we have Mr. James Pepper Henry, who I believe is online and is representing the interests of Kaw Nation as their vice chair. We wanted to give you this update because after many months of working with the Mellon Foundation, we were able to get the award of the grant, and we're looking forward to moving forward with all of the stakeholders represented by our leadership team and others as we move forward in our community engagement. So I'm going to turn it over to Dave Lowenstein.
So I have a presentation I want to share. Is that
Dave, can I run it here?
Whatever you like.
Does that work for you?
Yeah, whatever you like. Just help me click through it here, get to the beginning.
Hang on, let me get it set up. And I need to share my screen so folks on Zoom can see.
That's not the first one there, but got to go back. There,
Okay,
I saw it. There it is.
Got it.
Tell me when you're good. Yeah.
Go ahead.
So will you help me click through this or should I do it up here?
Just tell me when.
Okay. Well, Mayor Shipley and commissioners, it is a great honor to be here tonight. And thank you so much to Professor Jay Johnson for introducing. I just wanted to share a brief presentation, give you some context about the zhúje waxóbe Sacred Red Rock project. Next slide. Thanks, Porter. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, as you may be aware, glaciers from the last ice age dislodged giant quartzite boulders, among other things, from their homes in what we now call South Dakota. Next slide. Some of these rocks, known as glacial erratics, found new homes in northeastern Kansas, and one of them was deposited near the confluence of the Shunganunga Creek and the Kansas River, about 17 miles west of here, which is on the map as the red dot you see there on the screen. This rock lived in the river at over 10 feet tall and 28 tons for thousands of years. And indigenous peoples of this place admired and revered this rock, including the Kanza. Next slide. Descendants of the people who colonized this area and forced the Kanza to move time and time again also admired the rock, and as this headline shows, took it from the river in 1929. Next slide. The rock was moved to what was then called Riverview or Bridge Park on the south bank of the Kaw, just across the street from here. Next slide. And on October 11th, 1929, the rock was dedicated as a new monument. Next slide. Quote, to the pioneers of Kansas who in devotion to human freedom came into a wilderness, suffered hardships, and faced danger and death to found this state in righteousness. The bronze plaque affixed to the rock, which you should go over and look at if you haven't yet, makes no mention of the Kansa people. The park was then renamed Robinson Park for Kansas's first governor, Charles Robinson, and one of the first leaders of what was then Haskell Institute. Next slide. The sacredness of zhúje waxóbe was not a secret, ever. And in the late 1800s, the Kansa documented the significance of zhúje waxóbe in this prayer song chart of sacred sites. And it is at the top here as number 11. For the last 93 years, the park and the rock have remained unchanged and in some ways forgotten due to its inaccessibility. We all know about the traffic that goes around Robinson Park. Next slide. The first phase of our project, as Jay mentioned, Between the Rock and a Hard Place, opened dialogue about the park and the rock and created a platform for imagining its future. Pauline Eads Sharp, who you should know, whose grandmother, Lucy Taea Eads, was the first and only woman chief of the Kansa tribe, was chief in 1929 when the rock was moved to Robinson Park. Pauline, myself, citizens of Kaw Nation, and many others, including Professor Jay Johnson and Brett Ramey, who's with us here tonight, Tony Wheeler, collaborated with researchers of geography and indigenous studies to explore the park's stories and engage our community in envisioning new ways of interpreting and understanding its significance. Next slide. This led to a remarkable moment when Kaw Nation formally asked for the rock's return. And even a more remarkable moment, next slide, when this body adopted a joint resolution with Douglas County for the unconditional return of zhúje waxóbe. Next slide. Thank you for your time. And now I want to introduce James Pepper Henry, the Vice Chair of the Kaw Nation Tribal Council and a member of our leadership team.
Oh, kuya. Yagaha. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me have the opportunity to say a few words this evening. Again, the Kaw Nation is very grateful to the City Commission and the citizens of Lawrence, Kansas for agreeing to return our sacred ancestor to the Kaw Nation. And this has been a long time coming. I first visited Lawrence, Kansas over 30 years ago with my great uncle Luther Pepper, who was vice chairman of the Kaw Nation at that time, and I am now vice chairman of the Kaw Nation at the present time. And I had heard about zhúje waxóbe my whole life, but I had never visited until I was a young man in my 20s, and was very impressed and overwhelmed with seeing zhúje waxóbe for the first time. And I asked my uncle at that time, the history of the rock and why it ended up in Robinson Park and why it didn't belong or wasn't back with the Kaw people. And he said, the climate wasn't right at that time to try to have the rock returned to us. But a lot of things have happened in the last 30 years. And so I think attitudes have changed about this. People want to know about the history of their area. I think people, the citizens of Lawrence, want to know who the original inhabitants of your city were, and it wasn't just the Kaw people that have had a presence in Kansas, but many other tribes as well. And so the climate is much better today for the return of zhúje waxóbe to the citizens of the Kaw Nation, and we're the rightful stewards of that stone. And I'm very thankful to the people that are involved in this project. From the city side, Tony Wheeler has been incredible. Of course, the University of Kansas has been incredible in this process. As you may know, that we received a Mellon Foundation grant for $5 million to help with the return of zhúje waxóbe to the Kaw people. The University of Kansas will be the administrator and facilitators of that grant. The Kaw Nation is in total agreement with that. The University of Kansas has experience working with the Mellon Foundation and facilitating grants there, and we felt that they would be the best ones to administer the deliverables of that grant. So we're very thankful to Jay and his team and the folks at University of Kansas to help facilitate the grant. We are all going to meet at the end of the month to discuss plans for zhúje waxóbe. This is just the beginning stages. We don't have many answers right now about the process, but we have a workshop with all parties that are interested in the return of zhúje waxóbe. And so we'll come up with a plan, a strategy that eventually we'll share with the city commission and the citizens of Kansas of when and how and who and all of this is going to happen. So we're just in the beginning phases. We have about 2.5 years to facilitate the return of zhúje waxóbe and the other deliverables that are in the grant. And I do want to say that right now our plans, our tentative plans are to have zhúje waxóbe move to our tribal lands outside of Council Grove, Kansas, where we can care for the stone on our own property. And there are several things that have to happen to make sure that we can do that. But we're also very interested in working with the citizens of Lawrence and the City Commission about what will happen next with Robinson Park and the interpretation of Robinson Park. And the last thing the Kaw Nation and the Kaw people want to do is to erase ourselves even further from the conversation in Lawrence, Kansas. And so we would like to have a presence in somewhere or another, or be recognized along with the other indigenous communities that have had occupation in that area for time immemorial, and be recognized at Robinson Park. So again, on behalf of the Kaw Nation, I want to thank the City Commission again, the citizens of Lawrence for your support in this, overwhelming support, and for the folks involved with this project. And we look forward to giving you an update in the months ahead. Thank you.
We're available to take whatever questions you might have.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank you, of course, for being here. And Jim Pepper Henry, again, I thank you so much for your graciousness and for being here. I do kind of have a question for Tony. And I know you guys don't want to talk about the logistics specifically, but I understand you have been in conversation logistically about what will be needed from our side on a practical level. So I just want to make sure that we offer all of our support in making sure you have everything you need.
Yes, Mayor. We have had some preliminary discussions, and of course, there will be requirements when the move actually occurs. And we will work with Parks and Rec staff and MSO staff to make sure that that goes smoothly. There is a chance that some shrubberies will be damaged and maybe some sidewalks and irrigation systems. So we're trying to take all of that into account and plan for it. There will have to be some the traffic will have to be controlled when the semi trucks and the cranes are moved into the park to actually load it onto a truck for transport to Council Grove. So, we're working very closely. The MSO staff and Parks and Rec staff have been very helpful and they want to accommodate and make sure that it runs smoothly. So, we will update you as we have more firm plans and, timelines, et cetera.
Thank you, Tony. Any other questions from commissioners at this time? I hate to pressure you, sir, Mr. Pepper Henry, but there's so many things I know people have questions about. And you did mention the plans for the park, which I want to make sure again that you have everything from us. If there is space for public engagement or what do you need from us to make sure those conversations go forward? Because I'm also interested in what should be done with that space, or if perhaps, well, maybe not perhaps, it should be renamed, for example. But again, I don't want to pressure you in this moment.
Well, I think there are a lot of things to consider, and obviously this needs to be a conversation with the community there in Lawrence. And just from our perspective, from the Kaw Nation, we're virtually invisible to the people of Kansas right now. I would say if I were to survey 9 out of 10 people on the street, or survey 10 people in the streets of Lawrence and ask them where the name of their state comes from, 9 out of 10 people could not tell you that the state of Kansas is named after the Kaw people or the Kansa people. And so it's important for us to have a presence, a continued presence in the state of Kansas and the city of Lawrence. And so from our perspective, the Kaw Nation's perspective, whatever conversations are had about Robinson Park and the future of it, we'd like to be part of that conversation and hopefully increase our profile there in the state that bears our name. But I think Jay might be able to answer that a little bit better, because within the grant, there is an opportunity to start having these discussions. And Jay, would you like to elaborate on that?
Sure. Yes, we did include funding for these conversations, for community engagement, and for the creation of a plan that we could then, one of our final deliverables to the city, a plan for the future of the park that, of course, further engagement would need to follow along that. But I will state that the Mellon Foundation was very intent that be a part of our proposal, and very interested in hearing more about the process.
Okay. Any further questions after that? Go ahead.
Just to piggyback on that. So within the grant, is it that KU is leading a discussion, or are you working in collaboration with the city to?
Working in collaboration with the city. Yes.
I just want to thank everybody for the work they've done. It's been pretty exciting to watch the process, Tony. You put a lot of heart into this, and I appreciate that very much. And glad to see it continuing. Great to get that grant. That was nice. Thank you.
One final comment. Jay and Dave have been incredible. We wouldn't have received this Mellon grant without their efforts. And so again, the Kaw Nation is very grateful to them as well. And for all those who've supported this to this point. Thank you.
Thank you again. Let's go ahead and go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to make comments on this item? Let's make sure there's no one online who's interested in speaking to this item.
There's no public comment, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back for discussion. I'm sure there's not much, but some of us might have some other questions or comments. Any other questions or comments?
No. I would just agree with everyone else. Thank everyone for the work on this, Dave and Pauline. We started this a long time ago, and certainly appreciate them and as you mentioned, Mayor, the Kaw Nation for their graciousness, and of course anything we can do. Look forward to doing it.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. I just happy to see the genesis of this and just kind of the process continuing and all the players involved. And it's just really, really cool. And I'm really glad that this is happening. So I remember seeing Pauline and Dave in the Parks and Rec meeting when I guess many years ago. And to see us get to this point is outstanding. So.
I might ask Jay, if you don't mind, to engage me a little bit. Having read not just the Kaw Nation's website about their history, but also Between the Rock and a Hard Place, really great resource. I hope people go out there and see some of the things they've added, a lot of new things Pauline and Dave have to that website. About Robinson, the person, the historical character, that, of course, in addition to this sort of dedication of this park to him and the pioneers, but also KU's land was procured through kind of a land swap with Charles Robinson. And I think before he died, he amassed well over more than 100 acres of land, not just through whatever endeavors he had personally, but through his legislation and working very complicated, what I would go with swindling, creating legislation around squatting and what they were calling floats and things like that. I don't expect you to know a lot of that history, but I wonder if you could comment, because I know KU also has, some departments have land acknowledgements, and I would say I appreciate some comments that Mr. Pepper Henry made more about people acknowledgements versus land acknowledgements. I do want to say that, but I wonder, there is a building named after Robinson on KU campus, and I wonder, will any of these things also be kind of part of this dialogue?
I will say it's nothing that we've planned under the Mellon Foundation grant. But I'm sure that once we have more public dialogue about Charles Robinson and his history, I would imagine there will be more conversations on KU's campus as well. I know that a number of buildings on campus, there have been conversations about the names and the individuals who are being memorialized.
Mm-hmm. And then I just do also want to make sure, it's hard sometimes to identify who all the stakeholders is a term we kind of use here generally, FNSA and all these other groups that some of them are grassroots and maybe we don't know who all of them are. Do you have a pretty good feeling about your ability to get a hold of all these people who will have a vested interest in this dialogue?
Sure. Some have come forward, and in fact, later this week, I'm speaking to the Indigenous Justice Group at the Peace Mennonite Church. Individuals from the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship are very interested. We've been put in contact with Plymouth Congregational. So some of that dialogue is starting already. And I know from having worked with Dave and Pauline since back in 2019 on the project, that we have a wealth of identified individuals, and I'm sure as these community engagements continue, more of those will come forward.
Okay.
I know that we also are very intent on trying to respect the people who are the descendants of those named on the plaque, and we are conscious that there is an attachment to the plaque itself. And we did actually include funding for a replica to be created if the plaque cannot be removed from the stone.
Thank you for those comments. I guess make sure that didn't kick up any discussion among commissioners. Again, I can't thank you all enough for the work you've done. This is an amazing moment.
Thank you.
Please know that we're a resource. Tell us what you need. Obviously, Tony's been a fantastic connection for you, but we are also here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Our next item is to consider approving the second quarter budget adjustment and amending the capital improvement plan, maintenance plan, and vehicle and equipment replacement plan.
Good evening, Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director for the City of Lawrence. I don't have much to present other than what's been presented in the staff report, but I just wanted to provide a few clarifying comments. As you all know, we've had a little bit of staff turnover here, and so unfortunately, there's a little bit of a miscommunication as we started this project. Some of the items that were in the original memo were shown as being taken from fund balance when we actually had internal places to take that money. So to clarify and to really focus the second quarter budget amendment on just those things that we're asking for your approval for, they've been removed. So that's why they weren't in there if you read that original memo, and then they were removed today when we had our update. The items that are left, we essentially have three pockets of money, if you will. We have new revenue, predominantly grants that we need to have added to the budget so that that work can continue. We have some items that were missed in the first quarter budget adjustment. So they're really rolling over unspent dollars from 2021 into 2022. We did a lot of that work in the first quarter, but we missed a few. So that's the second pocket. And then the third pocket would be the items where we were considering appropriating fund balance or taking money from the savings account, if you will, and putting it forward for projects in 2022. So when you look at our memo, there's really only two areas where we're asking for that. But we thought that this would be a good opportunity to have a policy discussion about when these type of items come forward in the future, what process you all would like to take with that. So the two items before you that are asking for the appropriation from fund balance have not been brought to the city commission before. So these will be, well, I take that back. The first item, the 70,000, was brought as a city manager's report. But I don't believe there was any solid direction given one way or another about the use of that. So in our proposal tonight, we have recommended that the 70,000 be funded from the available fund balance in the general fund. The other item is in the airport fund, and it's one where we thought we were going to have grant funding, but we didn't. We still need to get the project completed. There's sufficient fund balance in the airport fund, so we're making that recommendation as well. If you'd like to go through these item by item, we can, or if you just want to, I can make myself available to answer questions however you all would see fit.
Thanks, Jeremy. Any questions particularly, commissioners?
Yeah, I have a question. So the only item that you're requesting to come from the reserve general fund is the 70,000 for the Peasley. Is that correct?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's make sure there's no public comment on this item. Is there anyone in the public or here in the audience that wants to comment on this? Not seeing anyone. Sherry, is there anyone online?
Looks like there's no public comment there.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Actually, Mayor, I'm sorry, I do have a question.
Sure.
For Jeremy. Jeremy, could you talk about where we stand right now with our structural deficit situation and how that's impacting us going forward for the budget from 2022 as well as next year? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. I'd be happy to. I think part of the challenge is we right now have a current fund balance sitting around $24.9 million. That's unaudited. Once the audit's finished, we'll know what the exact fund balance is. But in terms of our current fund balance policy, it equates to about 85 days of operating expenses. So our current fund balance is within our policy of 60 days and is just 5 days shy of our target of 90 days. However, the budget that was adopted for 2022 did have a significant imbalance between anticipated revenues and anticipated expenditures that So at this time, we don't have a real gap. We are planning on a budget gap, but that budget gap is intended to be filled with federal dollars. The 2023 budget would then also have a gap that we would intend to look at operational changes as well as the remaining federal dollars to cover as well. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. I appreciate that. So long term, though, right now we have federal dollars that we potentially can rely upon, but long term, are we going to be able to meet our budget obligations without the need to rely heavily on outside sources that may or may not be there?
Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director, the short answer is we're going to have to. So if we don't have the revenues, then we're going to have to cut expenditures to meet our actual revenues.
Okay.
The plan that was brought forth last year was to use those revenue loss dollars from the America Recovery Plan grant from the federal government to bridge that gap in 23 and in 24, with the understanding that there would be some changes to operations in both 23 and 24, so that by the time we got to 25, we were back into a structurally sound fiscal position where expenditures are under revenues.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Jeremy, this is Commissioner Sellers. So to make sure I understood you correctly, what you were saying prior to laying out where the funds were coming from for these two projects, from a policy perspective, we don't per se have a process as to if someone comes, if an agency, organization, whatnot, department comes to request additional funding or dollars that are out of cycle, we don't have a policy in place on how to address that in relationship to where, as it pertains to those funding reserves, or help me understand. Am I getting it close to what you're saying or what you were hoping to articulate?
Yes, Jeremy Wilmoth, Finance Director. The city does actually have a policy that establishes a process for organizations to fill out a what we call an outside agency request that we would then compare mid-year. Where that policy is lacking, in my opinion, is it doesn't really speak to whether we want to address this at the time of the budget amendment, which is what we're doing right now, or if you would prefer to have those actions before you as a separate item, so that the budget action before you tonight is more of a summary or a recap of activity that you have already discussed in the course of your business. Does that make sense?
This is Commissioner Sellers. Yes. Thank you, Jeremy.
And maybe that's a good place for me to jump in. I guess, my thought process on these and going to that big picture question, we adopt a budget, in May, in July or August, 6 months before the year even starts. And then we go through a year. So obviously the 2022 budget was adopted last July. It's a big budget. There's a lot of dollars in there. But I certainly understood, as we started these last year, we did budget amendments. For example, we did a budget amendment that we amended the 2021 budget to add 4 or 5 positions to the 2021 position to support the strategic plan. We did that because we realized it was something we needed to do. And it was something we didn't anticipate nearly a year earlier. So to me, these budget amendments are an important part of being flexible, and especially as we move towards a strategic plan, having the ability to make adjustments, mid-year multiple times to accomplish our strategic plan, and realize that we're not going to be able to appropriately guess, every aspect of a budget, 6 months before it even starts, let alone by the time we get to the end of the budget, that we need these sorts of adjustments. to come before us, and that we don't need to debate every single line item on every single agenda time after time, but instead bring them to us on these quarterly basis. So to me, I think it's a perfect and appropriate process, to consider these amendments. And sometimes they'll go up and sometimes they'll go down, but overall, we continue to make those adjustments as we go forward. So to me, I like this process. I like this process that we get to see these quarterly, we make adjustments, and we do that now that we have the strategic plan in place. We know what we're funding. If we say these are accomplishing those goals, we move things around. This is the process we should be using. And so I'm pretty excited. I was actually kind of disappointed last time where we didn't really, of course, it's the first quarter. The first quarter, we didn't have as many adjustments. I would expect the third and fourth quarter maybe to have more adjustments than the first two, because now we're further into the year and we know what's coming up as we start to look at the 2023 budget. We say, hey, well, maybe there's something we want to fund in 2023. Maybe we should start that in November instead of waiting until January. Maybe we should make an adjustment to 2022 to get that project that's so important to us. Let's get that going. So, to me, it's the only way to make good budget decisions. So appreciate the process, and I support doing it on a quarterly basis.
I think one of the differences I see in this, and I agree, these budget amendments are necessary for what I believe obvious reasons. What the difference I see here, and when we've added positions in the past, is this is an outside agency that's coming to ask for an amendment to our budget. And so I struggle with the out of cycle funding for outside agencies like this, because that I think should open up to any agency who wants to come and add a cycle budget to come and request money. In fact, the memo from April 5th indicated that there may be other out of cycle funding requests from outside organizations. And I struggle with that as to where do you draw the line as to who do you fund and who you don't fund. This particular situation with Peaslee Tech, I'm a huge supporter of Peaslee Tech, and I'm struggling with the idea that I'm just not okay with spending down our reserve funds given our structural situation right now. What I would be interested in doing is to find a way to fund Peaslee Tech by cutting some of the other funding that's within this request, such as from the general fund, the finance, as well as the Parks and Recs. If we can take some money from those two, which are left over from last year, and use some of those funds to fund the Peaslee Tech one. I just really don't want to access that reserve fund given our current financial situation and our unknown situation going into our budget season.
Well, I would respond on two things. One, I would say big picture, putting aside Peaslee Tech, the specifics of this, and I'll come back to that, is, as we move into the strategic plan, we partner with people to implement our strategic plan, and those include outside agencies. So if something comes along that's an outside agency that furthers our strategic plan, to me, it's no different than funding someone internally. If we decide to me, again, this is a different question than your general fund question, but I'm trying to make sure we get big picture. I don't think, question one, should we use budgetary quarter amendments to fund outside agencies? My answer to that is we should use quarterly budget adjustments to fund our strategic plan however we need to fund that strategic plan. Sometimes that's an outside agency, sometimes that's a subcontractor, sometimes that's our own employee. So to me, the question is, yes, we do that. Second question, do we ever have a quarterly fund amendment that spins down fund balances? Well, again, I think the answer is yes. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. One quarter it might go up, next quarter it might go down. Where we're going to end up this year on our quarterly balance, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, but revenue's coming in much stronger than we predicted when we made the 2022 budget. So our end of the year again, the year's not over yet, but if the year ended now, our balance is going to be much greater than we predicted at the time. Again, we will, something might happen that we make a third quarter adjustment because the economy tanks and we decide we're going to cut back on things. So, again, I think, big picture policy question, could we have, quarterly budget adjustments that affect the, the general fund? I mean, to me, the answer is yes, knowing that we have to look at the overall picture, by the time we get to the end of the year. And so, I guess to me, now, if you ask me about Peaslee Tech in this particular situation, we have historically funded Peaslee Tech at $200,000 a year. We have historically done that. When this came up during the budget season, one of the responses was, well, this money is being used to supplement other funding to support equitable scholarships for people in need. And we, at the time, said, it wasn't recommended to be funded because we thought there might be other funds available. But if those funds weren't available and they ran out of money, they should come to us with an amendment to get us to the historical $200,000 level, and we would fund that. So that's how we got, to this place. We've historically funded them $200,000. This year we funded them $130,000. I support Peaslee Tech. I support this cause. I think taking them to their historic level is something, now that they're out of money, that's why they've came to us to ask. So I don't see it as a quote decrease in fund balance as the reason. I think it's supporting our strategic plan and supporting our historical support of Peaslee Tech, which is why I support this in particular, as well as the entire amendment.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it definitely supports our strategic plan, but I would just want to find a way to offset that. And I think we can do that with some of the requests in here, so that we don't have to spend our fund balance and we can keep it even. And so that's what I'm interested in is reducing some of the money that's being requested for either the finance or the Parks and Recs or both. And so that way we can fund the Peaslee Tech, because I agree, I think it does meet those standards. But at some point, we've got to be real careful with our fund balance. And I think we can look no further than the school district right now, where they've slowly spit down their fund balance over the years, and they are in a very tight situation with their budget. And when they were doing that, it was under the very honest belief that their enrollment would go up, that the money was looking good. But we don't know what's going to happen this year with their next year. So I think we ought to protect that fund balance all we can. And we need to start considering things that we can cut and this is extra money from last year that wasn't spent. So let's use some of that to fund this Peaslee Tech.
So Commissioner Larson, if I hear you correctly, and I echo the sentiments of Commissioner Finkeldine, using the strategic plan to guide this, we have the policy in place. It becomes our responsibility as commissioners to say, okay, this is the process. We have the choice. Peaslee Tech is an entity that has been funded in the past by the city. It's been laid out why there was a shortfall in their funding this year. So we have that ability, that authority, based on the process in place, to say, does this align? One, do we want to pull money from the reserves? Two, if we choose to, are we doing it on the basis of the strategic plan? That's the vote. So I don't think we have to codify that. That is the policy. That's the vote. So I think it's not just willy-nilly. It's not just a continuous drawdown if someone comes to the well. We make the decision whether or not the request rises to the occasion to even spend down those dollars. So I think we have to think of it in that capacity. To your question about pulling funds from somewhere else, I think that's just a matter of the very essence of the request to the staff. If that's the direction we want to go with this, again, I don't think it needs to be, and Jeremy, I don't want to misspeak. I don't know if that's what you were saying with the request prior to, if we need to do that. I think that's just the request. If it comes to us, then we give that charge to staff to say, in this case, we don't want to look at spending down our reserves, look at how we can make this fit by cutting. I mean, that's what the request is. And if that's the direction we want staff to go, then that's the request that we as commissioners make. It doesn't necessarily have to be the process. That's the request. So I think we can solve this if the request comes from whether we fund this from the reserves and we vote on that, or you build a consensus to say, I would feel more comfortable funding this if we could look at amending department dollars and pulling it from dollars that have already been designated in budget. I think that's the question at hand that's going to move the discussion.
Well, that was my request, essentially, is to look at pulling monies from a couple of these other areas that had extra funds from last year. That's all I'm asking. And that's my request. And I could support this if we do that.
And which ones are you asking?
I was looking at as I said, items 1 and 2 under general fund, where there is Parks and Rec was carrying over 46 and finance was carrying over 174. If we could split it between those, and then that way we leave our reserve fund.
And you're okay with reserve? Okay.
Yeah.
So you want to move the money we have set aside for the Enterprise Resource Fund project, take it from that and or the tree fund?
Yeah, because those are two general funds. I'm looking at the same funds.
Sorry, Mayor, Jeremy's like to intervene if
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
recognize him.
There, I see you. Sorry, you're very small here. I apologize.
Jeremy Well, Finance Director. I'm very small in real life, so no offense. If I could just clarify a few things. The Master Street Tree project is in the general fund. That is a true statement. However, those dollars are actually funded by developers. As developers come and make their plans, then funds are set aside for the Master Street program. So I don't want to get into a situation where we're essentially taking dollars we told developers we would put into the street program and then appropriating it for another use. So I just want to make sure that's clear that this $46,000 is money that we actually received from developers for the Master Street Tree program. Due to weather and other issues, it just wasn't spent in 21. So we want to make sure that we get that allocated to the street program for this year. In terms of the Enterprise Resource Planning project, that is obviously that's at your discretion. I think we'd be very challenged to try to bring this project in with a reduction to the budget.
Thanks for that clarification, Jeremy. I appreciate it.
And Jeremy, since you have the floor now, is our fund balance, are we better off? Do we have more money in our fund balance than we predicted at this point when we passed the 2022 budget?
Chairman Willen, Finance Director, that question again is kind of challenging. If all things were equal, we would use less federal funds to bridge the gap than we originally intended. So
because revenues coming in stronger.
Revenues are especially in sales taxes are significant might be too strong a term. Revenues are higher than we had anticipated, which is always a good thing from a budget policy perspective. Our expenditures seem to be trending where we thought they would generally. We're really just 3 months into the fiscal years. Haven't really dealt with any of the significant street projects that we're going to deal with this year or things of that nature. But generally, the general fund is in better fiscal shape right now than we thought it would be last May, June, and July when we were discussing this budget. If I could just offer, if it is the City Commission's desire that we find this $70,000, if you would allow staff to sort of regroup If you were to approve this and simply direct us to not use fund balance, then we can find areas within the general fund to make those requests, to fund those requests from appropriations we currently have, if that's the city commission's direction. When we were looking at this request, we were really just looking at the economic development department's allocation in the general fund, not the entire general fund. And that's why we felt that we did not have adequate resources within the allotment currently set aside for economic development to cover the 70,000, which is why staff requested that come from fund balance.
Thank you, Jeremy. That would be my preference.
Okay. Well, I guess while we cogitate on that, Craig, can I ask you a question? So how does that work in your mind? Because also I'm thinking about not just this moment, which we're just trying to get through, but like I'm looking at our strategic plan, which thankfully someone brought it over here. We are thinking about putting things in pots of money and how to rethink that. Does this complicate that? Is it more of the same, less of the same, or just moving through this moment, that suggestion?
I'm really excited that Jeremy said what I was going to intervene and say. Once in a while that happens. It would say, I think we should simplify this conversation, allow us time to get back to this. The quarterly budget amendment is not the same as our budgeting. It looks like it. It feels like it right now. It's not, because we don't sweep out all the accounts like we would do in building a whole year's budget. We don't go through and look at every line item and remake the plans on a quarterly basis. Someday we may get there, but that is a huge undertaking. So we use this to just recognize known events and not necessarily go back and reprogram the entire planning of every budget and every program that we do. Okay. So when you all are looking at, oh, well, let's look at this and change this one so that we don't do this, we can go back and look at, are there some things that we realistically think are going to come in less expensive and that relate to economic development, or are there some things that now aren't as good a big a priority as they were? Or can we look at what do we really think? There's been some conditions where $70,000 is about the amount difference that we realistically expect we'll close the year at. But to go through kind of your line of thinking that you're trying to get to with just the information we give you in quarterly budget, you're just not getting a whole bunch of information that will be very difficult for us to gather. So we can do a one-off and say, I can find a way to get you the $70,000 without going into reserves. But we're not trying to reprogram or predict how we're going to finish the year across all budget in the general fund. That complicate things more in your thinking.
Well, I guess, if we said to you, I hear what Commissioner Lawson is saying is we should, if we're going to fund 70,000 here, we should, take it from there. I guess what I'm saying is if we direct staff to finish the year with more in reserves than we budgeted for in 2022, can you do that? And does the $70,000 is out of 24.9 million. And at the moment we're ahead of schedule. It doesn't mean that we have to find the 70,000 tomorrow, but that by the time we get to the end of the year, after we look at all our general fund, will we be better off than we were? That's how I see these quarterly amendments, that we're not changing, necessarily the bottom line at the end of the year, but we're making adjustments midstream, and that we'll be better off that we're making those adjustments here and there. But it's the big picture that we're worried about, not tit for tat, I guess.
I agree with that. So if you tell us find the 70,000, we can work to find that, and we'll tell you kind of how we got to that conclusion. But you keep in mind with 3 quarters left, are we going to have a lot of flooding events over the summer that's going to draw down a lot of overtime? That's $70,000. We're going to have, any other overtime situations over the rest of the year. Those are things. So there's a lot of play that's in this budget that we don't control. That $70,000 is not a very big amount. But what we're trying to do and what we've asked the departments to do is when they're bringing these quarterly budgets, account for everything on a quarterly basis that you're pretty sure this is either you're going to spend less than you thought that now, or you're going to, for sure, you have an unexpected expenditure. And let's recognize those without trying to reprogram all the budget. Okay. So we can get you what you want. I just don't want you to think it's something different than it really is. We're not redoing the budget every quarter.
Correct.
We're only recognizing the known changes, both positive and negative, and even not all of them, because small ones we don't even mess with.
Right.
I see little Jeremy's head nodding, so I take that as another positive.
Well, then let me also ask in that vein, then I'm also, again, trying to be a champion for our strategic plan. If we were to say, go comb the sands for 70,000 pennies, what does that staff time look like when I know that staff is working incredibly hard on the budget we need right now for next year, the next year's? Is that an onerous task?
It said 70,000. It's not. And I don't think we would have pushed forward the 70,000 with a recommendation if we didn't think that the proposal actually really aligns with what we're trying to get done and high priorities within the strategic plan. If this would have been something that was completely left field and didn't align with any of those things, then we wouldn't have brought it with a recommendation.
Yeah, I again go back to I think this does fall within our strategic plan, but also so does sound fiscal stewardship, and that goes hand in hand with all of this. And what I'm just trying to make a statement is that I want to be very protective of our reserves and make sure that obviously it looks good now money wise, but my preference is to not touch that if we can avoid it.
And I think we're seeing sound fiscal stewardship. And to echo what Craig said, if he didn't think it aligned, then he wouldn't have brought it to us. We wouldn't have had the report that we had from Jeremy. So I feel confident in that. I did my due diligence to review and read, and I'm ready to vote on that. But I don't believe it wouldn't have gotten to this point if we weren't practicing our strategic plan and executing sound fiscal stewardship.
Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve the second quarter budget adjustment as presented and amend the capital improvement plan, maintenance plan, and vehicle and equipment replacement plan as presented.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
One opposed? Bart? Sorry, Commissioner. Can I give you a second to think?
Yeah, I mean, I approve it, like Brad said, but if Jeremy can comb the sands and try to find 70,000 pennies, as you said, I don't see why we wouldn't give him a chance. So I guess I would vote nay.
All right, that passes 3-2. The people at home may not know that we've been doing this since 5 o'clock, so I want to give us a comfort break. I'm sorry, but how long? I have a hard time predicting how long you all need. 10 minutes. So let's say 7:30 just to make it nice and round.
Next, we have a work session item. Work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take
Hello, good evening. My name's Tom Fagan. I'm the interim fire chief at Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical, and I'm joined by our new fire chief, Rich Lockhart, or police chief, Rich Lockhart. He's welcome to come over. But we've also got some great things we're going to share with you tonight, some video and storytelling, but I'm going to go ahead and share my screen to begin the presentation.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to begin by, first I want to recognize recently retired Fire Chief Sean Coffey as the previous Safe and Secure champion for the great work that he's done over the past year in this new strategic plan. And over the past several months for me, it's really been a journey learning about a lot of the things that the city is really investing in to work in this space. And you'll see some of those things tonight. So Porter is going to share a video through Zoom to kind of get us going here with an intro.
Bear with me 1 second. Oops. Hang on. Too many buttons to push. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hi, I'm Rich Lockhart, Chief of the Lawrence, Kansas.
You're on, you got your wrong longer. Share the other screen.
Okay, we rehearsed this and I am just messing it up. I apologize.
It's going well.
Thanks.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rich Lockhart, Chief of the Lawrence, Kansas Police Department.
And I'm Tom Fagan, Interim Chief of Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical and champion for our city's Safe and Secure Outcome Team.
We all work together on a daily basis to assure people in Lawrence feel safe and secure and have access to trusted safety resources.
Our Safe and Secure team isn't just the Lawrence, Kansas Police Department and Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical. We also work alongside the City Attorney's Office, Municipal Court, Municipal Services and Operations, Planning and Development Services, Parks and Rec, and more.
At the core of our work for Safe and Secure, we want to make sure our residents feel safe here and that they trust our emergency services. We have 2 progress indicators in our strategic plan that measure our success in these areas. According to our most recent survey data, 82% of our residents perceive Lawrence as safe or very safe, and 81% of our residents are satisfied or very satisfied with their trust in our emergency services. And while we are enthusiastic about our progress and work in these areas to date, we do still want to improve these numbers, which is why we've developed strategies that we believe will improve our community's perception of safety and trust in emergency services. One of these strategies is using community empowerment and education to eliminate, reduce, and respond to events, trends, and activities that pose the greatest threat to safety and security.
Something Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical is working on towards this strategy is increasing community awareness of the Pulse Point Respond mobile application. The Pulse Point Respond app empowers anyone in our community to provide life-saving assistance to victims of sudden cardiac arrest by notifying subscribers that someone requiring CPR is nearby. If they are able,
They can respond to the app and give CPR to the person in need while advanced medical care is on the way. Empowering our community to help in this way and educating people on how to give CPR are important activities to improve sudden cardiac arrest survivability.
The Lawrence, Kansas Police Department is also focused on community empowerment and education for our residents, young and old. This spring break and again this summer, we'll be hosting our police camp program for children ages 8 to 11. This year, we actually even added an additional camp because of community demand after COVID. The program is a fantastic educational resource teaching kids about what our department members do and how we respond to some of the activities that pose a threat to our community's safety. It also allows young children to have a positive interaction with officers while they're still young, and it's a lot of fun.
These two examples are just that, two examples out of dozens of activities that we're undertaking to improve the feeling of safety and the trust our community has in our emergency services. We look forward to continuing to serve our community and build your trust to help make the City of Lawrence safe and secure.
All right, thanks for sharing the presentation. All right, well, as you can see through the video, there are just so many partners that we're working with to really work towards these performance indicators. We mentioned a couple that we didn't mention on there were some of our county partners as well, specifically emergency management. And I can't help but share their assistance, particularly over the past several weeks through the Final Four for emergency management planning within the city has really been helpful. And so they are definitely a partner with us as we help keep our community safe. But as you can see, even though we're presenting tonight, myself and Chief Lockhart, there are many others that are a part of this process to help us along the way. So in front of you in the presentation, there are numerous performance indicators that have been tied to the safe and secure outcome, spanning over several commitment areas. The ones that are highlighted in the presentation are the ones that we're going to be really having focused conversations about tonight. There are so many that are on here that we do not have enough time in the evening to really get into all of these in further detail tonight, but they will be coming in front of you in the future in future safe and secure presentations. At this time, I'm going to switch it over to Chief Lockhart, and he's going to get us kicked off with our first performance indicator. Chief.
Madam Mayor, members of the commission, good to be here with you tonight to talk about safe and secure in the context of your Lawrence Police Department. The strategy here is providing community education and engagement on support services before, during, and after traumatic events, evaluating public safety processes for opportunities to enhance environmental management practices. Right now, we're below target in this area, and I think you'll see that that's something that is a continuing theme. This is our first progress report. Tom and I just came on board full time the first of the year as the co-champions for this area. So we're going to work on creating some improvements in those areas. So our next reports, hopefully, you'll see some of that. For us, one of our strategies relates to a CALIA process. So we're going to be working toward an accreditation. That's probably something we're going to look at in August of this year. We just hired an accreditation manager, and the next CALIA conference, that's the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, is in July. And so we want to get her to an accreditation conference to meet some of those accreditation managers. The reason we're going to wait until August is because you have a 3-year time frame to complete the accreditation process. So without having someone fully trained on how that works, the ins and outs, we would be wasting several months here. So we're going to work on getting her acclimated to the department, work on getting her to that conference, and then sometime in that August timeframe, we'll get signed up with CALIA to get that started. ISO is something that Tom will talk to you about as it relates to fire.
It Can't Wait is something that we also worked on. And I thought we had those in here, didn't we? Or is it another slide? Okay, a couple slides later, we'll talk more about that one. Providing community education, engagement, support before, during, and after traumatic events. Strong, reliable, and integrated system of volunteer and community resources. Maximizing the use of civilian capabilities to make deployment of specialized and highly technical personnel more efficient. Evaluating public safety processes for opportunities to enhance environmental management practices. Those are some of the other strategies that we're using. The activities that we use to support those strategies, we have a full-time Lawrence Police Department Victim Services Coordinator. What that assures is that personal and individual outreach takes place to all victims of high-risk crimes. This is not typically something you'll see in a police department. It's very, very unique to our department. Many times this is funded from outside the department. We're funding this. This person's located within our department. Typically in larger cities, you'll see this located within the courts or some type of an advocacy group. So having that point of contact within the department, again, is going to help somebody after that event recover faster. It's going to help them be more successful as they work their way through the criminal justice process. And will also connect them with additional services that they may need as they recover from whatever that crime was. We have 2 full-time and 1 part-time civilian investigators within the Special Victims Unit. Again, another program that's very unique within our department. In fact, we've been doing this for about a year now. And last week in my clip service, the Baltimore Police Department announced that they were the first agency in the nation to use civilian investigators. So I had to circle that, send it to my team and say, why didn't we tell this story a year ago? And they were like, well, I think we did, but I can't remember. And so one of the things, as I met with all of you that I shared, is we have to do a better job telling our story. We have one of the best police departments that you will ever find in this country. We do cutting edge things like civilian investigators, and people here don't even know it. In fact, no one in the nation knows it because they think Baltimore's doing it first. So we're going to do a better job of telling that story because I think people need to know that we are doing some of the best practice things for law enforcement agencies. And if we do a better job telling that story, people are going to look to Lawrence for that information. We also have community partners that are helping with this as well. The CAC multidisciplinary team to improve child protection outcomes, prosecution, and family healing. Interviewing children who are victims of abuse, sexual abuse is a very complex task that requires specialized training. It requires experience. And so working with people that have that training, that are able to do those interviews, really promotes a successful outcome. Back when I did this in the mid-1990s, you had a detective you had a patrol officer that would interview the kid first. Then you had a detective that would interview the kid. Then you had a DFS worker. I was in Missouri, so it was Department of Family Services. They would interview the kid. And most likely, if the kid was injured, you had an emergency room staff member interviewing the kid. So by the time you get to court, this kid's told the story 5 or 6 times. Well, children don't have the best memories. And especially when they've experienced a trauma, that memory is not going to be that solid. So you start seeing inconsistencies in stories, and believe it or not, there are defense attorneys out there that will attack a child's credibility through inconsistencies in a story because they're trying to protect their client's interest as the suspect. This started in Kansas City in the mid-90s. Children's Mercy was housed, was the agency that housed this Child Protective Services interview program. Now they're very common throughout. So it's one good thing to know that we've got that here. Very solid program that helps us with interviewing our children and making sure that they aren't having to tell that story over and over. Willow's coordinated community response team is our co-responder model so that we are able to respond on mental health calls with somebody who's had specialized training. This is a program that I'm very supportive of. Unfortunately, we don't have a co-responder right now. So we're working on trying to get that person identified. The person we had was so good that they selected him to be the director of the new treatment center that we're opening up. So we lost him. But we've done some talking with Bert Nash to see how we can better expand that program, better use that program. Again, it's just one of those tools in the toolbox that helps a police officer assist. They are also getting ready to roll out, it's not our program, but mental health response teams that are completely mental health workers responding to mental health calls. So we're removing the police out of that call entirely, something that I have supported for a number of years. And I'm glad to see that here in Lawrence, we're actually able to do something like that. There is no reason a police officer should respond to a mental health call. It's not a crime to be mentally ill. It's not a crime to be in psychosis. And so I'm glad to be in a city where we have the resources to be able to create a safe and secure outcome for our community members when they're in a mental health crisis. We also have a sexual assault team, a sexual assault response team. And again, these are very specialized crimes. They're not like somebody who gets their house broken into and it's sort of a template that you can work through taking a report. A sexual assault is a very intimate crime, and it's one that takes a very specialized set of skills to handle. And as far as the interview, the evidence collection, and this is one of those things when you have somebody who's experienced that high risk crime, it provides people who are handling that. The other area of equity and inclusion includes the fair and impartial delivery of services so that no group is disadvantaged or burdened, along with having inclusive representation and participation for all. One of the things we did, we talked about banning no-knock search warrants and chokeholds. I believe the word got out this time so that everybody heard it. But I think the key in that word getting out was using the language that our community was using. It was no-knock search warrants were something that were rarely used here. Chokeholds were something that were placed in the use of force level at deadly force, but which essentially banned them unless you're really fighting for your life. But it didn't specifically use that word ban. And so one of the things that my staff and I had a really robust discussion on this. Some people feel like if you use the word ban, it's like you're going to create liability for yourselves. And part of my job is to manage that liability. And so working with the city attorneys, they didn't see that as an issue. I reiterated that we need to speak the language our community is speaking. They want a ban, they're going to get a ban. And so we did. We hired a communications manager to help make sure that we are communicating more effectively. We are also starting to meet with groups who are interested in reimagining policing in Lawrence as we work through this process. I've met with all of you, met with a number of community members from all over this community, especially in our chamber members. Bonnie Lowe's been really helpful with that. Greg Gardner, one of our chaplains who's very well rooted in this community, has also done a really good job getting me access to people who are important in our community leaders, and then also just walking around downtown and talking to folks with Sally Zogri, listening to what they're saying about what they want policing to look like in their city. And so we're reaching out to groups that maybe haven't had a seat at the table with the police department. And one of the things that you'll find with me is that anyone who wants a seat at the table will have a seat at the table. And I don't mean just sitting there listening. I mean having a real decision-making process, input into what we're doing. It's really important to me. I met with the NAACP before we announced that we were going to do ban no-knock search warrants and chokeholds. And when I was in that meeting, those were two of the things they asked me. They also asked me if we could put de-escalation training higher up in our policy so it had a better emphasis. And we did that. And then I invited them to come to our de-escalation training, as I invite any of you that want to experience that. We use two of the best de-escalation trainings in the country. Again, not something that I knew before I took this job. And I did a pretty deep dive research. The Police Executive Research Forum has developed integrated communications and tactics. It's called ICAT. It is considered one of the premier de-escalation strategies in the world. They developed it in connection with police agencies in England, Ireland, and Scotland, whose police officers don't carry weapons. And so they have lower uses of force than we do here. And so they used a lot of the models they had developed this. The University of Cincinnati conducted some research in its effectiveness, and it actually shows that after an agency goes through this training and adopts the policy, there's a significant reduction in use of force. All of your officers have been trained in ICAT, so we hopefully will continue to see low levels of use of force within our department. The other thing that we're going to do is continue to move forward on CIT training. So under this tab as well, we've got about 50 to 60% of our officers trained in CIT. Chief Khatib, who was here before I was, had a goal of 100% of the officers trained in CIT training. And so I share that goal as well, as it'll fit right in here with making sure that groups who are disadvantaged, those who are suffering maybe from mental illness or something along those lines, are receiving safe and secure service as well. The 8 Can't Wait mentioned that earlier. I just want to kind of run through some of these for you as we tie up this of the evaluation of this item. We banned choke holds and strangle holds. We required de-escalation in our policy, and we've now put it higher up in the policy along with sanctity of life statement. So we value human life above all other things. And so again, that's language that we have in there so that officers know the preservation of life is a high priority in our policy. We tell officers to, if they can, give a warning before they're shooting. We do require officers to exhaust all alternatives before shooting as much as possible. We have duty to intervene in our policy. We have not issued a complete ban on shooting at moving vehicles, although we do talk to officers about the dangers of shooting at a moving vehicle. The reason for not issuing a ban in this area is we've seen an increase in vehicle assaults on large crowds. We had one in Wisconsin this past Christmas at a Christmas parade, and we see some in Europe. So there may be an occasion where we have a danger to a large group of people. An outright ban would probably limit an officer believing that might be a legitimate use of force. But the way the policy is written, it is strongly discouraged to be firing at a moving vehicle. Use of force continuum is something that is an outdated police policy. When I came on in 1990, the use of force continuum started with verbal commands. Actually, it starts with an officer's presence and goes from like verbal commands to open hand techniques all the way up to deadly force. And they're all along this line if you think of a continuum. The problem with it was in civil trials, attorneys were making issue of officers not using every item along that continuum as they got to deadly force. So if somebody points a gun at me, I'm not required to use an open hand technique or use a baton to try and knock the gun out of their hand. I'm able to, because that person's threatening me with lethal force, to start there. So the current way of looking at use of force is a use of force matrix where we have all of these available force options. The officer then evaluates the scene, the incident as they see it, and then makes an appropriate use or an appropriate decision on use of force based on the set of facts or circumstances that are presented to them and with the eye and mind of a reasonable police officer in a similar situation. We do require comprehensive reporting, and uses of force are reviewed by a use of force board within the organization. We look for policy violations. We look for training issues that might be identified when an officer uses force. So we've got all of these things addressed in a manner within our policies and practices right now. Community equity and inclusion again. This is still mine, right? Okay, good. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. So we are looking forward to the community survey to establish some better baseline data. Some of our data points were based on the 2019 survey. They didn't capture all of the items that were identified in the strategic plan. So you may have read a news article that talked about we used quality for trust, and because the question specifically about trust wasn't asked in the 2019 survey, we do have that question in there now. We also will be having with this survey more sampling in our underserved areas that are typically not real responsive to surveys. So we'll get some better demographic data that we can drill down into see how it's affecting safe and secure within the community. The Community Police Review Board Working Group is another one that will be focusing on that equity and inclusion. Right now, their current mission in ordinance is to review complaints of bias-based policing and racial profiling. Last week when we had our meeting, I, for the first time ever, shared all of our complaint information with them, not just bias-based policing. I also shared with them a summary of each complaint. We did have one complaint that was bias-based. It was in January. It was an exonerated complaint. It was a situation where a youth was riding a bicycle a couple of blocks away from a theft call at a video store. The officer stopped him, very quickly determined that he was not the person who was involved and released him. It was a very short encounter. His grandmother's the one who filed the complaint. Again, we accept third-party complaints, something that most police departments don't do. We invested the complaint and determined that the officer did have enough information that wasn't related to race to make a stop, a legitimate police stop. The individual wasn't detained very long once the officer determined that he wasn't involved in the crime. We also are looking with, they had their first look at our proposal this last meeting as well, looking at a review of not only their proposed draft ordinance, but also a pretty deep dive into our complaint process to determine what role they will play in complaints, review of complaints, and those kinds of things. So that will help with our equity and inclusion data point, we hope, within Safe and Secure. The last thing we're going to be doing is reviewing recommendations for the decriminalization of poverty from the Anti-Poverty Coalition. We've had a couple of meetings with them that I've been part of. There were others that were taking place, so we will continue moving forward with that work group to make sure that we are not, we don't have practices that are criminalizing poverty for people and creating a cycle of poverty within the criminal justice system. All right, school resource officer. If you want to work on spooling that up, Porter, I'll talk about it a little bit just to set it up. We have 4 school resource officers, 2 at Lawrence High and 2 at Free State High School. This is a program, if you remember, in 2020, a lot of people were talking about we need to get police out of our schools. I will hope that after you watch this video, you will see that these police officers are an essential part of our school or our students' experience in the high schools. And hopefully if we ever get to that point where funding can expand, we can get them into the middle schools as well. These officers are not there to do typical police work. They're not arresting, they're not enforcing school policy. They aren't doing things like that. They're meeting the kids as mentors. They're having a positive impact on their lives. When I had a presentation from one of my groups called Blue Santa that I hope to get in front of you guys. A school resource officer found out there was a kid at Lawrence High who was not coming to school because he didn't have any shoes. I can't imagine, I've never been in that situation where I didn't have shoes to go to school. None of my kids have ever been in that situation. But because there was a school resource officer at Lawrence High that was paying attention to a kid who wasn't in school and then went a step further and found out why, he contacted one of my officers who has a sneaker program, got that kid a pair of shoes, and now he's back at school. On another occasion, we stopped a Lawrence High School student because a car was licensed improperly. We get a hold of him. He doesn't have a valid driver's license and find out that he's working 3 jobs to support his family. A Lawrence High School student is working 3 jobs to support his family. So we get with the Blue Santa program, get his driver's education paid for so he can get a valid driver's license, and then we work on getting additional services for him. School resource officers were the ones that were instrumental in making that happen. So those are the stories that we're going to start telling so that you all hear them. Those are the stories that the staff will tell you about here, about how important it is. But the other thing with school resource officers is the goodwill that we get with each student goes home with all of those students. It goes home to their parents. It goes home to their friends, their neighbors. It is one of the biggest impact programs that we have for building trust in your police. It is one of the biggest impact programs we have for building safe and secure areas for your students to go to school. And so with that, Porter, go ahead and start the video and enjoy.
Lawrence High School, may I help you? The ESR program here in Lawrence Public Schools is one that is just invaluable because of the connections it can make with our law enforcement and some of our students.
And kids get to know them and feel like they're people they can go and confide in.
So as recently as today, we had a student that was going through some trauma that out of 200 plus staff that we have in the building mentioned one of our school resource officers as a trusted adult. From our first lunch period to our 4th lunch period, there are groups of students that flock to these guys because what they do is they build relationships with students.
Just because they have a badge, it's not like they're a robot. They can build relationships with other kids like me who are struggling. They always check up on me every morning. Lunchtime, I'll sit there and me and them will chat.
She's chill, you can talk to her. Like, cops are not there just to like protect and like serve the law. They're people too, so like you can talk to her if you need.
The reason I became an officer was because I had an interaction when I was in school with our school resource officer after 3 or 4 years of misbehaving, and it made a huge difference in my life because that's when I pivoted, and I'm here doing this now. I have that experience, so when I recognize that, I gravitate towards those kids.
We need our kids to see them outside of what they see on TV.
Staff too, not just the students, but staff as well, that presence in the building. They know that if there was a crisis, that we do have professionals here who can handle it in the best way and keep everybody as safe as possible.
Our SROs help build a culture here in our building, and they also make it a much safer place. One of the things that I hear our teachers complain about, what do we do in a crisis situation? And having our SROs here on campus provides me as the director of facilities with a sense of security. If I'm able to make decisions knowing that I have support, that'll provide additional support for our teachers and help them feel more secure and safe on campus.
I think they make us feel safe because I know they're trained and I know they know how to handle a situation like that.
It makes our students feel comfortable. It makes our students get to know law enforcement, and that's critical, especially in today's world.
We have had situations where we've had guns on campus, and what we're left with without our school resource officers is myself and security guards that have no weapons at all approaching somebody that may have a deadly weapon.
I know for a fact that I can put my life in his hands if the situation calls for it. And I feel safer knowing that we have officers in the school with the tools they need to keep us safe.
That community and that culture that we have here at Lawrence High with our school resource officers just provides a sense of security that I think is unmatched anywhere, and I really wouldn't want to do our job without them here.
I know personally that a lot of these kids have changed their view of police because of Collado and Brown.
As long as they're here, they don't have to worry about the dangers of the world or whatever bad could happen. It won't happen here. They see beyond this uniform, they see beyond this badge. They trust me.
I feel very safe. I feel safe at my school.
You know, she be in this tough outfit, some Call of Duty type stuff. You know, it looks hard, but hey, she a badass woman, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, I'll go back to the presentation here. Another great video. Okay, moving on into the next commitment area, we're going to be talking about the commitment of efficient and effective services. 2 performance indicators specifically tonight that pertains to fire medical services. We're first going to cover performance indicator 3, % of fires contained to the room of origin. As you can see, we have seen a slight increase from 2020 to 2021. We are now at 61% with a target of 90%. This is a target that we are very committed to pursuing, but we are still well below that, 29% below that target on containing fires to the room of origin. When we dig into the why behind that, and those of you that know me and those that are watching and maybe in the audience, I do look at data pretty closely. I think at my time as an accreditation manager, brought that into me is to investigate the why behind certain measures. And so when we peel back the layers to really see what the why is behind this, we found that 25% of the time, fires had extended beyond the room of origin upon our arrival. And so what we found is that we are not arriving soon enough to confine these fires at this target. So the next question would be, are we skilled enough? Are we trained enough at a level to confine fires to the room of origin? So when we look at those instances, when we are put in a position to stop loss at that condition, we are holding the fire
at the room of origin between 80 and 90% of the time when we're positioned to do so. And so your Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical firefighters provide high quality services, but we do have challenges when we arrive and the fire is extended beyond where we want it to be. We cannot take away fire damage that has already occurred. We can only stop it where we find it. So moving to the next performance indicator 4, percent of cardiac arrests patients with pulsatile rhythms upon arrival to the hospital. So this is the percentage of return of spontaneous circulation. When we arrive on scene and somebody has been in cardiac arrest, what percentage of the time do we get essentially a pulse back before we transfer care to the hospital? This one also is below target, 36.7% of the time. And again, digging into the data, we also look at, there is a whole report of microdata on cardiac arrest survivability. In fact, we have a tremendous resource on our staff. Division Chief Kevin Joels teaches on a national level. In fact, I think he's even taught internationally on our protocol for cardiac arrest resuscitation, which essentially is a pit crew resuscitation style. We found that our outcomes when we're positioned to do well is nearly 5 times the national average of a high quality of life post-resuscitation. So what that means is not only are our survivors, when we do resuscitate them successfully, they're living a high quality of life post-resuscitation. And ultimately, that's what we want. We want people to not only survive the event, but to have a great life post-resuscitation. And so, again, demonstrating the quality of service that we're able to deliver when we're positioned to do so. The strategies that we pursue here, and we're going to talk more about this and really to follow up with Chief Lockhart. The strategies that have been identified for these commitments and outcomes, we're really scratching the surface, and some of them are very broad. So we'll start with the first one in this instance: promote prevention information and provide rapid and skilled emergency response to control the spread of fire. And so when we look at that strategy, we see, okay, we provide prevention activities. We work in that space. We provide skilled emergency response to control the spread of fire. And we need to be rapid in our efforts to do so. That's our strategy to stop loss, to control fires. Similarly, on cardiac arrest, provide rapid and skilled emergency response to cardiac arrest events. Then use community empowerment and education to eliminate, reduce, and respond to events, trends, activities that pose the greatest threat to safety and security. And then we've got another bullet on here that's gold. And you'll see some of those others in some of the other slides as you moving forward, and even in the previous slides. And those gold strategies are things that we're looking to incorporate more into the strategic plan to make an impact on these performance indicators. But as you'll see over the next several slides, our resources are not getting there fast enough to provide the quality outcome that we want to provide in these targets. And we need to move towards solutions to do so. So again, digging back into the data, right? Cardiac arrest and building fires response reliability. We're looking at 2 maps here. Both of them are the city of Lawrence. You'll see that there's separation out in planning zones. And what we do is we look at planning zones to look at distribution of quality response performance across the city. And so starting with the map on the left, which is structure fire response time performance in 2021. Looking at the legend first, blue shaded planning zones would be when we're hitting our target. And then the color changes from light yellow to gold to pink. And so what you see there is that we are not hitting our targets in any planning zone across the city for response time on structure fires. The map on the right, 2021 cardiac arrest response time performance. The legend is the same in the color identification. In every planning zone, we are not hitting our response time targets. So time and the outcome, time being related to the outcomes of cardiac arrest survivability and fires being confined.
This slide is to show you some imagery of how time can impact the outcomes on these different event types. We'll first focus on the home fire timeline on the left side there, and it may be a little small on the screen, those are our home. But essentially this is a graphic image of fire growth within a residential building. And in this image, it talks about, over the first few minutes, what happens when a smoke detector is alarming, if there's a sprinkler system in place, how fire began to be controlled by a sprinkler system. In the absence of a sprinkler system, how fire continues to grow over minutes. Notification of the fire medical department, allowing them time to respond to the fire, get their tools in position in order to stop the fire from growing further. Similarly, the CPR timeline, there's some information in here when we talk about quality of life, not only surviving the event, but surviving the event with a quality of life. We talk about brain damage. In the absence of good perfusion provided by high quality CPR, brain perfusion can be delayed and ultimately result in brain damage. And so although we may save somebody's life physiologically, they may have quality of life deficits post-resuscitation. And so you can see as the longer that time goes on, especially in the absence of CPR, the negative outcome associated with that. One of the things I want to talk about related to not just time, but a full balanced spectrum for community risk reduction that can enhance all risk reduction across the community. And emergency response is just one piece of that. So you'll see that image towards the bottom of the slide there, the 5 E's. Emergency response, economic incentive, education, engineering, and enforcement. There's actually a 6th E, which is empowerment in the community. And so these are different dimensions that we're going to be pursuing to not only improve our response performance, but to reduce risk in the community from these events occurring, and also the impact of when they do occur. All right, so now we've got a video we're going to share with you, and I'm going to set this up, Porter, here while you're doing that. So on July 23rd, 2021, there was a call that came out on the Jayhawk Club golf course during a golf tournament. And we had a great outcome tied to effective bystander CPR. When we talk about the impact of CPR, and you heard and you saw on the intro video, how we're rolling out the PulsePoint mobile application is just a tremendous opportunity for us to improve the chances of survivability in the community. When bystander CPR is performed, it increases the chances of survival by 3 times. And so that's something we are actively working on, is getting that message out, educating not just the community, but also all city employees is one of the missions that we're on as well. We started that here recently with the MSO department. We're excited about that. But with that, Porter, if you want to go ahead and start it.
Douglas County 911, is this a police, fire, or medical emergency?
Medical.
What's the address?
We had someone just collapse we had someone collapse at the Jayhawk Club golf course.
Okay, what's the address?
Something Birdie Way, I don't know, Crossgate Court. It's a golf course, the Jayhawk Club golf course.
Jayhawk Club, okay, give me 1 second.
Level 3 response.
Medical incident, 1800 Birdie Way, 1800 Birdie Way, adult 47.
We're trying CPR.
Okay, so you're doing CPR?
We're trying.
Okay, so he's not breathing?
He's not breathing.
Level 2 response.
Battalion 6, Engine 4, Medic 4, cardiac arrest, 1800 Birdie Way, 1800 Birdie Way. Patient may have been
with it,
moved
we start screaming because remember that it's a golf tournament, so there's people on every hole. The guys on the 10th or 11th, they thought we were screaming because we made a putt, so they're just waving back at us. And suddenly they realized by the tone of our voice that we weren't excited about something.
We're trying to figure out what's going on. And then as we got closer, we saw somebody down on the ground and went up, and I told Scott I know CPR. And he kept going for a few more minutes, and then he said, I can't do it anymore. And then I said, I got it. And I hopped in and performed chest compressions.
Had a 99% blockage in my LAD, and not very many people survived to talk about that. Life is a blessing. I truly feel blessed. I've got a second chance at life.
Good, Porter? Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you knew.
Okay. Well, that was a tremendous outcome, and we're actually honored today to have Carl with us in the audience. And so, very special guest. So, Carl, if you'd like to come up and share a few your comments. So now officially, Carl is famous. he's officially a movie star. So.
Well, good evening. I'm truly lucky and do feel blessed to be here. This is more about the first responders and not me. They are the heroes. And I had an opportunity to meet them recently, just to look them in the eye and say, thank you for saving my life. And to a person, let's face it, they don't do their jobs because they want the accolades. They don't do it for the glory. That's just what they do. And in their minds, they're not heroes. They did their job. But to my wife, Peggy, our 3 children, 4 grandchildren, you try to tell us they're not heroes. They are truly, truly heroes. So just very quickly, I was playing golf on the 23rd of July, and I didn't remember a thing, by the way. I was totally out of it, which was good. I was playing golf and I had a 99% blockage in my LAD, the left anterior descending artery. They call that the widowmaker for a reason. And you saw the stat, 12% chance of survival. And I made it. So I'm truly a miracle. And it's in part because of the fellow golfers that started right away to do CPR, and then the first responders that did their job and made it possible for me to be here. So I will owe them for forever. I feel tied to the hips with them, and I want to thank them. I want to thank you all for supporting them, because of your support, and they are truly professionals. They know what they're doing. They're well trained. Again, they do it because they love it. But with your help, they continue to make this place a great community to live and to raise a family. I've lived in Lawrence for 32 years, and I'm very proud to be a part of this community. And so I thank them personally, and I want to thank you for your service as leaders for this great city of Lawrence. So it's been a long evening. That's all I have to say, but I just wanted to share my story. And again, thank you all, and thanks to the police department, the fire department, for what they did for me and my family. It goes beyond just me and the family. When something like this happens, it affects family, friends, and the community. I've had friends that, because of my incident, they had their arteries checked. I had a handful of them now on medication. I had one had a stent put in. They had enough blockage to where they had a stent put in. So it affects the community. After my incident, Thomas and Drew Fritzl, they opened up the Jayhawk Club and had several sessions of CPR classes. Every single session was full. That included me and my wife, Peggy. We attended, and now we have a lot of people that are trained and ready and eager to jump in if needed. So again, when it happens, it affects a lot of people and it affects the community. So I think they're correct in their goal here to get education and get people armed to where they can jump in. Because that old motto of if you see something, do something, that's what it takes. And the more people we get trained, the more equipment we put in their hands, the easier it will be to save lives. So that's enough for me. Thank you for letting me come talk to you. And thank you all again one more time.
Yes, thank you, Carl, for joining us. It's neat to see the positive outcomes, and that's what we want. We want those positive outcomes, tell those good stories. So let me get back to the next slide on the presentation here. Okay. So again, still in the efficient and effective processes, this is some information from our station optimization analysis. Again, looking deep into the data as to why we are not meeting our targets. And so first, focusing on the map on the left, I first want to bring your attention to, obviously, this is the city of Lawrence. We have our 5 fire medical stations that are identified on the map, and there is this green shaded area around that. What that green shaded area is a GIS analysis of 4 minutes travel time from each one of our fire medical stations. This is essentially showing what type of drive time capabilities do we have when everybody is available in their stations, they're not on a call, there isn't snow or ice on the ground, and we can provide a high quality response associated with that quality outcome. And so what we've been able to identify is also where the gaps are in our capabilities. And so on that same map, what you can see is these red ovals areas. And these red oval areas are geographical gap areas that we do not have the capability to provide emergency response time performance to those areas associated with the quality outcomes. And so this green shaded area, these 5 stations, these were designed for a reason this way. They were actually designed back in the 90s and was fully implemented in 2006. And what this is called is our standards of cover. So our standards of cover that is currently in place is from the 90s to provide coverage to the community. And so currently, as the community has changed over time, so today what we are doing is we have more call volume, and not only are we responding in those areas of the green shaded parts, but we're also responding into these geographical gap areas more and more often. And so when we look to the map on the right, and this is the gap area to the north, and this is data that was captured in that report, you can see the distribution of response time performance on emergency calls. We only meant the goal of 4 minutes travel time in this oval 34% of the time. 34% of the time did we actually arrive with the response time goal that we have. 43% of the time it was between 4 and 6 minutes travel time. And then 23% of the time it was beyond 6 minutes travel time. So this is something that we're working to address in order to put us in a position to provide higher quality outcomes. So again, that standards of cover that was implemented with the opening of Fire Medical Station number 5 in 2006 The graph on the left shows what has happened over time since then. We've had over a 62% increase in call volume. And so what that does is that impacts our ability to respond to other emergency events with this increase in call volume. The information on the right is opportunity. Currently, we talked about that community risk reduction program, the full spectrum of services. Emergency response services only being one piece of that. When we look into our non-emergency data, which we're currently using emergency resources for, there may be opportunities for a differential type of response to where we can create more reliability of emergency services with less demand by using alternative resource types. That may be an opportunity for us in the future, and we may be wanting to bring that into the strategic plan. If you remember, we had that gold bullet point on there, and we're going to get to more of that about that here in a few minutes. But looking at different strategies on how we can move the needle on these performance indicators is what we're trying to do. Okay, so the increasing demand. So we looked at that 4-minute shaded area. So again, focusing on the map on the right on this slide. Each one of the fire medical stations, if you remember on the previous slide, each one of those had a green shaded area around it. Well, what we're showing is the impact of multiple calls that are occurring over time and how that impacts our ability to provide quality response time performance. And so in this example, we're showing where there's two simultaneous incidents. One of them is a structure fire shown in the northwest part of the city there with a gold star. The second one is a blue star showing just a breathing problem deployment, which is a medical call. It's a level 2 medical call for us. Those two calls, what that does to our standards of cover in order to provide quality response time performance. You can see that blanket of coverage has now diminished considerably. And so the more that these calls are occurring, it's impacting that blanket of coverage for quality response time. So here's the question. So with all this information, what do we do? Right? We look at data, we want to make data-informed decisions. We're recommending to implement the station optimization study. We know this is a considerable investment, but we have service gaps that we're trying to address in order to meet these goals identified in the strategic plan. The strategies identified rapid, highly skilled performance. We are providing highly skilled performance, and we are providing rapid a portion of the time, but it is not in a consistent way in order to meet our outcome targets that we want to achieve. The price tag's there, $30 million over the next 5 years. It would be an integrated approach. Not all stations would be at the same time. This would be a 3-station project, an expansion station in the northwest, an expansion station in the south, and a relocation of fire medical station number 3 into a more strategic location for more balanced coverage. So that $30 million would cover the capital. There's an additional cost in operating expenses to cover the personnel and the operating expenses in order to effectively deploy out of those locations. If we don't do that, the increasing demand is going to continue to erode away at our outcomes that we're wanting to provide, and that our service level standards would not be consistent with where we're wanting to go with our outcomes. So strategic plan and further development. So getting back to some of those gold bullet points, and some of those were even on some of the earlier performance indicators, you can see that there are a lot of plans. We've got our accreditation process. We have our last accreditation report, which was completed in 2018. In fact, we're getting ready to apply for accreditation again this fall. We have the station optimization analysis. We've got a brand new department level strategic plan. I'm excited to talk to you more about that in a few weeks. I think that is May 3rd. We have our community risk assessment standards of cover. We also have ISO. ISO is currently in, and they're doing a report right now on what our rating is going to be in the future. So as we look towards impacts of these outcomes, we need to be thinking about how we can incorporate the recommendations for all of these different plans and reports into our strategies to make sure that we're working towards these targets that we want to be working towards and achieving that. Also, in addition to that, the police study report is on here. And Chief Lockhart, if you wanted to go to this link here, actually I need to test that to make sure it works. It's spinning.
Circle of death.
Oh, it's going somewhere. Okay, I think we're good. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Chief Lockhart.
So this is the report formerly known as Citygate. So we're calling it the police report now. So this is available to, I think we sent it out to everyone. If you go to lawrencekansas.org/police/assessment, or if you want to click on the agenda, you can find it. There are 60 key findings, 75 specific action items. So we are right now not going to give you a full report on all of these. I'm sure that's a relief because we won't be able to do it justice. So we're going to come back to you at a future meeting to go through these more specifically. But I did want to let folks know that in our being open with our community, we've now transformed this into an area where you can go and check our progress on these indicators. So some of these have been evaluated. Some of them are under review. So here's a report finding. The department's goals and objectives do not reflect the City Commission's strategic plan. There are no budget performance measures to align investment in police programs with desired community outcomes for public safety and quality of life. So the recommendation was that we must have a strategic plan with annual goals, objectives, data-driven performance measures closely reflective of and aligned to the city's strategic plan and budget. Revised department goals must be published as part of recruitment, new employee training, promotion testing, and annual performance reporting. The action item is that we are examining a timeline for the department's strategic plan. The Citygate report acts as a framework for a plan until that time. The plan will be an extension of the Lawrence strategic plan. This is still under review, and that's part of what you've seen tonight. So Craig and Brandon and I are working very hard to fold this into the city's strategic plan and see how it fits in with that. So you can go through and look at all of these. And then if you look at the end, here's how we've linked some of these back to the strategic plan. So these two findings and recommendation and action items are tied to Safe and Secure number 1 and Safe and Secure number 8. So not all of these things are completed, but you can go through. And again, as I said, we're going to provide you a more deeper dive into this at a future meeting. But I didn't want to leave this off because this is a very important part of what we're doing every day to keep Lawrence safe and secure.
Thanks, Chief. All right, well, to wrap this up, before we move on to questions, what I would emphasize, and really a lot of the concentrated, like we said at the beginning of this, focused information, right? Lots of performance indicators within Safe and Secure. There's lots of work occurring. We've got the new community survey that's going to be coming out soon. We're going to get more detailed information to help guide us on where we can realign our work to continue to do focused activities to achieve what the community is really wanting from us. So lots of great stuff coming. I think the next presentation from Safe and Secure is coming in around 5 weeks. And so we're going to be bringing more information that may not be so specific to fire medical. It may be from one of those numerous other groups that are tied to the Safe and Secure outcome. So I just wanted to thank you for your attention this evening, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have and to receive your feedback.
Thank you both so much. Let's make sure there's no questions from the commission.
I have you give a minute. Chief Fagan, yes. As I'm looking at your graphs, I remember when you gave the really detailed presentation a couple of years ago, I think it was, about the optimization plan. The graph that you've got here that shows the total incident count from 2006 to 2021, have you guys parsed that out to show the difference between the medical versus fire calls? Because if I remember right, that was the medical calls were what were really increasing over time. Is that correct?
Yes, we do parse that out. In fact, that's a part of our reporting processes. And I don't have those specific numbers, the breakdown with me this evening on how they're all separated out. But I think it's around 70 to 80% of our call volume is medically related. When we start talking about those alternative response opportunities, and there is a variance of acuity when we talk about medical calls, different levels of severity. As you saw, one of the pieces I had pulled out of there was a call type of a sick call. And so that call per se, that call type per se, would not necessitate an emergency response. And so the accumulation of those call types along with other call types that may be non-emergency in nature is something that we're very aware of because it impacts our ability to provide emergency services. And so to answer your question, yes, we do have the ability to distribute that out. And yes, we continue to see increases in call volume. I don't have the increase on what that would be over time specifically to medical calls, but the majority of our call volume is medical related.
Okay, thanks. So in that regard, with the need for the 3 stations that was out detailed in the report, I remember part of the discussion, if I remember correctly on that, was that since the medical calls seem to be the ones that continuously have been increasing over time in relation to the fire calls, the possibility of having stations that are just for medical only in order to, or EMS, versus having to build an entire fire EMS house, that there may be some efficiencies if we expand it to more, just to have the EMSs in better and more locations versus a fire. It seems like that was part of our discussion then in 2020 or whenever it was. So I'd be interested to hear more about that when you guys do your presentation coming up here.
Absolutely. I would add that adding ambulances would help in certain call type events, providing a faster response time. But our ambulances, although they're staffed with firefighters, they do not have water, they do not have fire hoses, and they do not have a pump to provide the adequate water pressure to stop loss and structure fire events. And so those geographical gap areas still exist for fire risk and not just for medical risk. But the ambulance piece would help for the medical risk and some other things. But those first arriving units, if they're ambulances, they are not effectively equipped to provide the critical task that needs to occur for the first arriving unit on a fire incident.
Yeah, I'm not talking about for fire calls. I'm just talking specifically for EMS calls. There may be possibility that there could be some savings or more efficiencies if we would have a EMS building versus the whole thing if we didn't need it. So it'd be nice to see the breakdown of those times that you had. Are those medical calls or those fire calls? What are they? So it'd be, and I know you've got that data because I know I've seen your work, so I appreciate seeing that.
We do have the data. Our recommendation would be to address the service gap, to incorporate all risk into the provision to ensure that we're providing to cover the fire risk as well. One of the challenges that puts the medical crew in, if that medical crew is the first arriving unit, they are put in a very challenging position, particularly if there is an emergency rescue that's needed. They are firefighters. They do have self-contained breathing apparatus. We want to make sure that they have the proper protection in place when they arrive on scene of fires.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well, to that end, I probably wouldn't have asked under the circumstances, but your commitment area, efficient, effective process, and then you have the 2 stars that show the simultaneous incidents. And Chief Coffey may have answered this in the past, and I just don't remember the answer. I'm sure there is one, but you send a fire apparatus out for breathing problem. And I know there are certain things you send everyone out for. So maybe a little bit to push in a direction you're also speaking, I think. Is that always necessary? And why do you make that decision? How do you make that decision?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Shipley. So our deployment model is based off of a quality practice deployment concept through ProQA, which essentially triages medical calls. And here recently, actually in 2021, working with our Emergency Communication Center, we've enhanced our deployment process through the alarm processing process and actually been able to reduce our total response time a little bit through that process. But our emergency dispatchers are a critical piece of this. And so as soon as they identify that it's a medical call and that they have a location, they immediately dispatch an ambulance right now to get somebody rolling. Now, there's somebody that stays on the phone with the caller to continue gathering information about the condition of the patient. And there are specific questions that they're asking. And what those questions do is follow a protocol that's validated called ProQA. And what that process does is identifies that are there certain things that are going on with that patient that may be leading to another event type. So right now they may be experiencing shortness of breath, but they also may be having chest pain. Those two things together, even the call may have been dispatched as a difficulty breathing, may be indicative of a myocardial infarction, which could result in a cardiac arrest. And so that call type and the validation of the questions that the emergency dispatchers are trained to do is what identifies the call package to make sure that we send the adequate amount of resources to the scene to best take care of our patients.
Any other questions?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I got quite a few more than you probably.
Go for it.
Okay. So this is, thank you, Chief Fagan, and thank you, Chief Lockhart, for being here this evening. I do have a couple of questions that piggyback on each other for both of you all. So I know, Chief Lockhart, you brought up the CIT training, and I'm drawing a blank on CIT.
Crisis intervention
Training. I just had it there and I lost it. So the crisis intervention training, and then I'm looking at, I know, Chief Fagan, you brought up the response time as it overlaps with the room of origin. And so I noticed the response time is not necessarily a key performance indicator, and the CIT training is not a KPI, but it kind of fits into that annual in-service piece. So I wanted to know your question, Chief Fagan, when you come up, is in regards to kind of the overlapping the response time. Is that a internal kind of performance indicator that you hope to rises to being an indicator within the strategic plan, or is that something that you're marrying with it because it has they piggyback off each other, so there's a need to have them in order to tell the full story for that indicator?
That's correct.
Okay.
It is a contributing factor. Response times and demand are output measures. The outcome measure is the result of the event. And so the outcome measure that's in here is the result of the fire and the quality of stop loss performance that we're able to provide. And so essentially the response times, some of the detailed information we were able to provide are the micro data behind the why as to the outcome. Because we're able to demonstrate with the quality that we're providing when we're positioned, able to stop loss, but when we're not, we cannot provide that measure. So our recommendation isn't necessarily to bring response time as one of the KPIs. That is something that we're tracking and trending, and we can always provide that to you. In fact, we'll talk about that here in a few weeks with our accreditation report. But the outcome, key difference, the outcome being fires contained and cardiac arrest survivability or the return of spontaneous circulation are the two outcome areas that we have related to those two items.
Okay, thank you. And so Chief Lockhart, for you with the crisis intervention training, I noticed that in the police report, formerly known as Citygate, that there was,
I like that.
It's catching on.
I know.
Catching on.
I know.
It rolled off pretty quickly.
It did.
There was the recommendation in regards to the finding, the report found that, or finding number 35 said that there was no formal in-service training mandate for non-sworn employees. And I didn't know was that taken into account with I know for both fire and medical, no, this is law enforcement officers. So I just wanted to maybe have you both kind of speak to, it seems to be we're fairly below where we want to be in that metric. And based on the strategies, do you feel like this is going to, how is that tracking right now?
Well, as you mentioned, it's tracking below average. And so one of the things that Henry Ford said is what's important is what gets measured. And so for us, aligning our priorities with what's being measured in the strategic plan is going to be how we're going to be moving forward. And so getting everybody on board, aligning what's in Citygate with the city's strategic plan will be really important over the next few weeks. And so I hope that when we come back to you with updates that you'll start to see some of those numbers moving along. Some of them are going to be more difficult because we don't have real good baseline data. So for instance, the question about trust with the Lawrence Police Department, we don't have a way to measure that right now without using that 2019 survey. The new survey will have that specific question. So when that comes back in probably November, December, we will have some good baseline data. And then we'll be able to talk about how much we can move that and what that will look like for you in a future update. CIT training is one that you'll see in several of the strategic indicators. It's safe and secure number one, where we're talking about delivering service to people that makes them feel safe and secure in their community. And I'm trying to figure out, I can't read it here, but it's the other one that talks about providing service across a diverse segment of our community and some of our underserved areas. So folks with mental illness would be within that group of folks who are underserved, especially when we look at our unsheltered population.
So with the survey that we're going to have come out, I know I shared last week with Porter with the survey in honing in on that ability to disaggregate the data. And so it sounds like based on this that we are going to get that. And I really would like to see us hone in that. I'm a little shocked that we don't have that data, and we've had the survey. And so I think in this time, disaggregated data is not new. It's not something that's a nuance. So I'm glad that we're calling that out and that we're going to be intentional about breaking it down. Because I love the fact that we have an 82% resident, response rate, that our residents feel like Lawrence is safe and very safe. But again, love covers all sins.
Sure.
But it doesn't include aggregated data. And this is telling a story that may not necessarily be a story for some. So.
Well, and I'll tell you what's great about the surveys is in Warrensburg, when we did it, you could look at the data and there were little donuts of the city where I could see where there was a lower satisfaction with police service. And so for us, we were able to strategically focus our assets in that area and find out why that was. I have a degree in biology, some of you may know, and I'm always looking at data and asking why. Now, I'm not Chief Fagan with data, but when I see stuff like that, I want to know why. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm the storyteller, but I want to know why. Tell me why that exists, and there's a reason why. And what it helps us with is, I had 9 square miles in Warrensburg. We've got 39 square miles in Lawrence. I have to use my scarce resources in a more effective manner. And so when I know we'll see those things here because those exist in every community, and we can go into those neighborhoods with officers and find out what's going on. Why is there a lower level of trust of the police in this area? Why is there a lower level of satisfaction with the police in this area? And it could be very simple things. It could be things that are more complicated. And so we don't know what that'll be, but I'm really looking forward to getting that survey data back and really putting that into the strategic plan and finding out how we can make Lawrence safer and more secure once we have some of that baseline data.
And to add to that, this will be my last question. I know you talked about having key stakeholders kind of help connect you to other stakeholders in the community. Do you feel like you are accomplishing or have access to meet with the different subgroups in our global ecosystem, which is Lawrence? Are you tapping into particular communities, whether it's communities of color, LGBTQ communities? Do you feel like you're getting access to those groups to have those conversations?
I do feel like I am. And one of the best pieces, Craig's given me a lot of really good pieces of advice, but one of the best ones I've gotten so far, and you'll remember this question I asked all of you, who else should I talk to? And he said to keep asking that question until they start giving you the same person. I haven't gotten there yet. I've had about probably 70 or 80 community meetings. I've had about 50 to 60 meetings with all of my employees. I've got about 120 to go internally. I have no idea how many to go within the community. So I'm continuing to have those meetings. I get people that call me and say, hey, I want to sit down and talk, and we do. It's the way you get to know your community. I didn't grow up here. I've been visiting for a long time, but I didn't know about all the neighborhoods. I didn't know about all of those things until I've been here. And I've been here, I think it's about 3 months now. It's going really fast. And, I got a nice dose of what downtown's like when we win a national championship. My wife was here in '88. I was here in 2022. So, you know, it was pretty incredible. And I mean, what a jewel, Massachusetts Street, or as we call it, Mass Street. I mean, it really is a pretty cool place. And, you know, it hurts me when I hear that people think our downtown's not safe. So I've got to find out why. And so we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be figuring that out. We're going to be intentional about figuring out why, because I think it's safe. But, you know, I have a different perspective. And so, you know, you guys probably all think it's safe, but you have a different perspective as well. So we'll be working on that.
Just two quick questions. Chief, for you, on the co-responder, you said we lost our co-responder. Just to be clear, you meant not our police officer, co-responder, our other side of that.
Right. Apologies. Thank you for that clarifying question. We lost the mental health worker because he was good and they told him to go be the director at the treatment center.
And is that mental health provider employed by us, or is that someone we contract with?
He is, yes.
So we're looking to fill that position now.
We're not looking to fill it. They fill it and assign them to us. We're part of that process. Okay. But I just had a meeting with Patrick last week and he's supposed to be getting me an update on that. I think they're getting closer to getting a replacement for Luke.
Perfect. Thank you. Chief Hagan, quick question for you on how are we doing on Pulse Point? Are people signing up on it? What, do we have data on that yet?
We do have data. I don't have it with me tonight. So we launched it on October of 2021. So we're about 6 months in. We're really excited about this summer, getting out more in the community now that the community is opening up here as COVID numbers have come down. Public education is something that we really need to continue to work on. Currently, we rely on our emergency resources to do that. And so that does displace them within the community when they're doing that work, although it's very valuable work and we've got to do it. But we're looking at maximizing our impact through partners. Right now, we're focused on training with city employees, as I was talking about with MSO. But I can get you some data on our subscribers within the community. One thing that is great about that is those are essentially agents that are always out there in the community to where if there is an arrest in a public location, sudden cardiac arrest in a public location, and they are in a certain proximity to that, it will give them alert and tell them that help is needed. And they're not compelled or required to do it, but it just says that if you're able and you're willing, somebody needs your help right now. And so with the amount of community events that we have, there are so many opportunities for us to do great things. I do have data on bystander intervention, however, though. So our current bystander intervention rate on cardiac arrests in public locations is 25%. The national average is around 40%. And so we are underperforming comparatively to the national average on bystander intervention on CPR. So we need to get better in that space too. And that's what part of our mission on providing education in that 6th E, right? Empowerment of our community to if you see something, do something. You heard Carl talking about that earlier tonight.
And I assume this is the case, but you know, when Carl was talking about the classes at the Jayhawk Club or whatever, I mean, I assume at the end of a class when someone gets trained, or we have a handout to provide to everyone and asking them to sign up for Pulse Point if they're interested? Is that something, are we working with the providers like the Red Cross and stuff?
So we are not actively working with many other third-party groups. That is an opportunity for us. Most of the courses that we're putting on are internal within the city currently. Our objective, and as we're looking towards the future, is to get to the basics, to not have the pressure of tying it to a certification, tying it to, hey, what are all the numbers that you need to know? Push hard and push fast. You're going to save a life. You're going to be the difference. There's lots of communities that have a pop-up hands-only CPR stand. We could put one on that corner down here on Mass. We could do some things in the future that are really neat. That really just provides that basic level of education, and have a QR reader for somebody that would take them to the link to download the app. Those are great opportunities as we look towards the future.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Got one more question for Chief Lockhart. Your one of your commitment areas, which is equity and inclusion, you went over that quite a bit, and I really appreciate that. Are you working with our equity and inclusion director, Dr. Mohammed, on making sure that it aligns with what the strategic plan is doing with the city?
I am still on my listening tour, so he and I have visited. We haven't made any policy decisions yet, but he will be part of that. One of the things that Community Police Review Board asked for last week in our meeting was to include him as part of that working group. So we are looking to incorporate him into that as well. He's a very important member of the city. He's got an additional staff member. I know he's very busy, so we'll be respectful of his time, but we will definitely include him into any policy-making decisions that we have going forward that might affect diversity and inclusion within the police department and without or outside of the police department.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Chief Fagan, yeah, if you could,
I was going to add to that.
Yeah.
If I could. So Dr. Mohammed's on the Safe and Secure team.
Great.
So he is the representative from the Equity and Inclusion Commitment on our outcome team. So he is a part of that work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions? Okay, let's make sure there's no one who wants to make public comment on this item. We probably won't answer it till we discuss, but go ahead and ask us. Thank you.
My question is mainly for Chief Lockhart. You talked about CALIA training. I think that's a great thing.
Sorry, Eric, could you direct your questions to us? It's okay. We'll get them answered.
Okay. There's three aspects to CALIA. It's a triarch system. There's the emergency communications, the officer training, the officers themselves, and the training. LPD trains its own people. And this is a multi-year process. I'm kind of curious about what LPD's goals are as far as the triarch certification. And then secondary to that is if we're going to become CALIA certified here, where is our training going to come from?
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Seamus Alburn. I'm a representative of Lawrence Professional Firefighters. I appreciate this being on the agenda tonight. I know there's a lot of hard work, and it proves that there's already a high interest in trying to make some of these recommendations happen. There's not a whole lot I can point out about what's going on in the fire department that Chief Fagan hasn't already done a great job. But I am here to ask on behalf of the firefighters that we act on the interest and act on those recommendations, and do so when we go through the budget process this year and begin funding some of these stations. As Chief pointed out, since the last time we added fire trucks and ambulances to the city, our call volume has grown 62% plus, and we're headed in a direction where we'll be even higher than that. That's tremendous. That's a tremendous growth in workload without any growth in the workforce. And that's a burden that's on our firefighters. And it's also a burden on our community because it's compounding all our issues. It's compounding our slowing response times. So as a department, we maintain this attitude, this belief that we can overcome a lot of our challenges with innovation, with good training, with good tools. And it has led to command staff and the membership working together to get faster dispatching, better EMS protocols, better equipment. And we have the data, as Chief pointed out, to show that we are very good at our job. And we're excellent at our job when we can get there at our prescribed benchmarks and our goals with our response times. What we can't out-train for or out-innovate is not getting there in time to even make a difference. That's what the station optimization study is about. And those are the things that we need to address. So if we believe in public safety, if safe and secure is more than just a strategic initiative in a plan, we're going to need more firefighters. We're going to need more stations. We're going to need more ambulances. We're going to need more people to do that. I know everybody here knows that. And I trust that that is a priority. We're just asking for the tools to continue to do the good job that we're already doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, response time to North Lawrence. And this has been the response time from the fire department and the police department, but mainly fire department, is within 3 or 4 minutes if the traffic's right. If the underpass is flooded, then the traffic's diverted across the railroad tracks at 7th Street. And then the fire department can't get to the north side of North Lawrence. So this is becoming I've been doing this for 25 years, man. And I've said this so many times, it sounds like a recording. And underpass needs a backup generator. Last year, 8 of the failures that we had, 7 of them was because lack of power from Evergy. The 8th one was a mechanic failure of a pump down there, and we got new pumps put in, but we got spring coming up, storms coming up, underpass is going to flood. The traffic's detoured through North Lawrence. The trains come by, traffic can't get through. So, if the underpass didn't flood, if we had a backup generator under the underpass, that would alleviate the train problem, the traffic problem. Just buy a generator, backup generator under the underpass. And, I've even mentioned the big pump at 6th and Maple. That's a natural gas generator, backup generator. And I've even suggested to you about running power from that generator down to the pumps down at the underpass, and see what the feasibility of that was. Never heard no response on it. So the underpass is the bottleneck, and the health, safety, and welfare of the people on the north side of the railroad tracks are in jeopardy when the underpass floods. So, and I applaud the fire department and the police department for their response time to North Lawrence. And I know their response time, man. I live right on the levee, 310 Elm, and when those trucks, sirens fire up, I can tell what direction they're going. And if they're coming to North Lawrence, it's always 3-4 minutes they hit the north bank. So thank you for your time, but get us a generator.
Thanks, Ted. Any further comments in the room? Is there anyone online who would like to make comments to this item? Chris Flowers.
Hi, this is Chris Flowers, and one of the things that stuck out to me was the officers in schools. We were told like the good things they do, such as finding out that the kid wasn't coming to school because he didn't have shoes. But my thing, when I heard that, I was thinking, well, isn't this something that any school worker could do? Like, I mean, couldn't a guidance counselor or a teacher figure this stuff out? Like, I mean, this isn't something that we should be expecting cops to do. I mean, we can, but wouldn't it be better to ask that like guidance counselors or teachers do this stuff, like people that are trained to help kids, as opposed to like the cops? Also, another thing I've just been wondering about is how come the LHS cars are decorated? Like, are those cop cars just for high school, or can they pull over people on the road like a regular cop? Because if they can, I don't think we should be having cartoon animals on our police cars, like pulling people over. Because when I saw those, I thought, well, this is Lawrence High Security. And if someone tried pulling me over, I might just think that's just campus security and not actual police. So I'm kind of curious why those cop cars need to be decorated with the LHS lion. And then when it comes to emergency response times, I like just to point out again, especially, what is it, Pulse Point, I guess, where we're letting citizens be alerted so they can get to the scene to help someone with CPR. I just like to point out those speed bumps on Mass Street getting down to the dorms at Haskell. If every minute counts, those speed bumps, they're going to slow down anyone coming down Mass Street to get to the Haskell dorms. And also, like other speed bumps, I mean, the other speed bumps are nowhere near as bad as the one on Haskell or on Mass Street going into Haskell campus. But some of those other speed bumps, I've read articles where speed bumps actually kill as many people as they save just because they slow down emergency response times. And the amount of people they're actually saving might not always be, that high. But so I guess those are just some of my questions. And I'd also like to just say I appreciate the work the new chief is doing at reaching out to people, because I've seen some comments online of him trying to reach out to some of the people criticizing the police. So I do like to give credit where it's due. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment online?
That's all the comments, Mayor.
Okay, let's bring it back to the commission. Let's make sure we address Mr. Arabi's questions about CALIA.
So CALIA is a very long accreditation process. It takes about 3 years. One of the things I like about it, it's an international program. They call it the gold standard. There's about 165, think of them like key performance measures for accreditation. So they're standards that you have to meet. The nice thing about CALIA is you have to have an approved policy, but the most important part of having an approved policy is that you have to show that you follow the policy. So within the system, and we already have the system for policy acknowledgement, it's called Power DMS. You load your policy in, officers and non-sworn members acknowledge that they've read it and they understand it. It keeps a record of that in the system. And then you upload what's called proofs to that system as well, so that when the assessors come in, they can see that you had 3 instances over this 3-year evaluation period where you documented following that policy. If you're not able to follow a policy, and sometimes you can't come up with a proof, then you can provide training. And within the module, you can upload training videos, you can upload training scenarios and tests that will be required by each officer, and then that's documented in there as a proof. One of the really great things about CALIA accreditation is when the accreditation team comes to town, they visit with all of you as elected officials, but then they will also visit with members of our community, and they will allow them an opportunity to evaluate the police department to determine whether or not we're meeting the standards as outlined in CALIA. One of Michael's questions was about training. We are sending our officers to KLETC right now. I think that was the question. We've got another batch going out there right now. Part of that is because we're not getting enough applicants to be able to train them in our own academy here. So they go down to Hutchinson for 16 weeks, and then they come back to us for 16 weeks of field training. We've got a graduation coming up, I believe. Trent, is that next week?
That's close.
I think it's next week. Yours truly is the graduation speaker, so I'm really looking forward to that, to represent our community in a way that will show kind of what we're doing here in Lawrence. So.
Another question here.
Yes, ma'am.
The declaration of the LHS and Free State, that's not just LHS, they both have a vehicle.
Yeah, so that the cars are identical to a regular Lawrence police car, with the exception of the back, where we've wrapped them with a Tiger for LHS and a Freebird for Free State.
A lion.
Oh, lion. It's a chesty lion.
Chesty lion.
Apologies. Hey, at least I'm not in Warrensburg tonight. I have not made that goof up. So it's a chesty lion. Yes, thank you for that correction. I apologize. I think Commissioner Sellers may need some CPR there. Grabbing her chest. So
have no pearls.
Part of what that is, those cars are just driven by the SROs, and they're designed to be able to create a conversation with the kids about the cars. Dr. Lewis was very supportive of it, and it's just a way to be able to connect with our community and start a conversation with our kids in a way that's not threatening. Cars are something that everyone bonds over, and I've got a 1964 Corvair, and when I drive that thing, I mean, more people come up to me and they're like, "What is that car?" And you know, in Kansas City, we had 3 different show cars that were police cars. We had a lowrider, we had a drag car, and we had I can't remember what the 4th one was, but It's just, you take these out to community events and it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter gender. It doesn't matter anything. People start talking about cars because it's just unusual. And so the cars are legal to pull people over. And so in our mind, it's marked up just like a regular Lawrence car. So we feel like it's not creating the issues that were identified earlier.
Thank you, Chief. I might, unless there's any further questions for Chief while he's standing there, I did have one for you, Chief, all the chiefs. I hate to open this can of worms because I feel like I know the answer, but I want to be sure I guarantee, since the question was asked, when certain changes are made to the roadways, that the fire department is absolutely consulted in those and absolutely indicates what is and isn't possible for you to use your equipment on. Is that correct?
Yes, we're involved in that planning process. Yeah, and that is essential. I mean, we need to be aware if there's road closures, impacts to that. Examples of that here recently are some of the special events that occurred over the past couple of weeks with the NCAA Final Four and the championship game. If there is a known traffic impact to the bridge, we're going to put responders in North Lawrence because of the delayed impact to the bridge. So yes, the key is if there is a planned impact, and when we're up in the emergency operations center, we had cameras watching the bridge to see how traffic was flowing there to make sure that we had good egress.
I'm also referring, though, to speed bumps and traffic circles and roundabouts and things that you would need to navigate on a regular basis that some people just don't like. But I do want to make sure that you are also involved in those processes.
Yes, but it is a fact that it does impact our ability to provide the quality that if they were not there. But they are risk reduction strategies to reduce speed. But it does also reduce our speed to arrive at emergency events. But we are a part of that process as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions, commissioners? Ooh.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Well, then let's move on to commission items. Any items commissioners want to bring up? Ooh, okay. City manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's 4 different items on there. The future work session items, utility billing report you're used to seeing. I do want to point out, because I've only done 2 of these since I've been here, the notification of the variance from the guidelines for the in-city employment of relatives. We have a policy that requires that we make sure that you're aware of that when we make those variances. We've been very careful in analyzing this. Like I said, it's only happened twice since I've been here, and feel like it's an appropriate thing, particularly in the hiring environment that we have. But we think that is an appropriate move for us. And then the other item is just an update on the item that we did a lot of work on and then kind of set aside for the right timing to look towards a potential ballot issue on the potential consideration of local government form changes. So happy to answer any questions on any of those 4.
I would just say be sure that we know about those public, if we're having open houses. I know there was a situation where we weren't really always aware that they were having some of those discussions with the advisory board. So I'm sure lots of us are very interested in hearing what people say, maybe not being involved, but hearing what people say. Yeah, of course. So yeah, just wanted to say that. Any other questions or comments?
I have a question about that. It sounds like from reading the memo that you're asking for direction as to whether or not we're interested in putting it on the ballot this year. Is that a discussion we need to have, like on an agenda item or whatever? Is there an election this year? I don't think there's, at least not for city commissioners, not an election. Is there one for county?
There's a
midterm election.
Yeah.
There's
the governor, county. Yeah.
Statewide ballot.
So at least 2 of you weren't here when we got last direction on that. And so we're kind of moving in the direction that we last got, which was that we did want to backdate it so that it could be considered on a November ballot. If that's different, then we'd want to know. But otherwise, we're kind of moving in that direction.
No, I understood it as the timeline was public engagement, decision to be made sometime prior to getting language to our county clerk. And then, so I understood it correctly and I watched the rerun.
Any other questions? This is a public comment item. Is there any public comment on the city manager's report? Is there any public comment online to the city manager's report?
Chris Flowers.
This is Chris Flowers, and I would just like to point out that since when this process was first started, the Republicans in the state hadn't passed their legislation. And I think from what my understanding is, at least from what the Democrats are saying, is that it's now a lot harder to be voting by mail. So if that's the case, I think the original decision that the government task force found was that in the future, we should consider about maybe looking into switching out of having a primary and going to ranked choice. But I just think with the changes that have been made and making it harder to vote by mail, that us as a college town where at least, 10 to 15% of our population is gone when the primary happens, I think we should be looking, we should be looking more into passing the primary, just because we're going to have so many people out of town that are going to have to be voting through the mail. So I don't know. I just think that's something y'all should be looking into. I think it's something that if we're having open houses, we should be looking at that, because it was something that the government task force said is something to be looked at in the future. But I think it's something that should be looked at more in the present with the changes that the Republicans have made just to how advanced voting and voting by mail, how much harder it is now. So I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
That's it.
Okay, that brings us to the calendar. Any calendar items that need updating or commenting on? Doesn't look like it. I would entertain any motions.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0. Thank you, everyone.